everybody. Welcome to the Batcolyte. Go ahead and tap your screen, share the live. We are just getting started, but when we do take guests, we'll be looking for someone who has a belief in a god or gods or some higher power who's capable of questioning their beliefs. I'm not here for debates or arguments. I'm not looking to tear you down or burgle your gods. I just want to know, if you can question your beliefs, then what is it that you believe? And why do you believe it? If, of course, you even know and can question it. In the meantime, thank you guys for tapping us up to already 4,000 likes. Appreciate all of you tapping, sharing the live out. If you haven't already hit the bent little arrow on the bottom right corner of your screen, you can all hit that. Pulls up a whole menu of ways to share the live. You can send it to a friend who may be curious enough to question their beliefs, or copy the link or add it to your story, repost, any of those things. They all help us out with the algorithm. So appreciate all of you doing that. Symbol says, I love the cute bat. I will pass the word on to Batitude. I'm not sure how much he likes being called cute. But welcome in, Symbol. Also welcome in to Cat the Witch, Donna B, Shell, Michael V, Quigley, Thayu, also Omnis, Sam, Dee Dee's World, Amarva Granny. Sorry, my brain did not want to put those words together. Also Laura Lee B, Birdies, Just What I Heard, and Chi Chi Chihuahua. Thank you guys all for being here, and welcome in. And to anybody who I didn't mention, well, welcome to you too, of course. Thank you all for being here, for tapping the screen, for sharing the live, and of course, for being the best audience on TikTok. See, already up to 6.6 thousand likes. You guys are amazing. I think I'm sick, but that's all right. I've got my blueberry coffee, and I've got all my devices ready. So all I need now, I guess, is a believer who can question. If that's you, if you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that, and you are capable of questioning that belief, then go ahead and request on up. I'm not here to debate you or argue. I just want to know if you can question it. And if you can, well then, what is it you believe, and why do you believe it? Hello, Anky Bubs, good to see you. Also, Crystal J, good to see you too. I'm pretty sure. Sam, welcome in, Sam, good to see you. And you guys knocked out the gift goal before I even got a request. That's amazing. Thank you, Shell, Donna B, Crystal J, and Cat the Witch. Thank you so much. I think we might have a request. But just a reminder to everybody, I'm not here looking for debates or arguments, and this isn't really your grandstand. We're looking to see if you can question your beliefs. And if you can, well then, you might be in the right place. Hello, John. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Hey, yeah, it's 38. How you doing?
Doing great. And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
Yes, and I can question them, and I have questioned them. And I'm very self-aware.
Believe in.
I grew up non-denominational Protestant Christian.
Is that what you still believe?
Well, if you're asking me if I believe that it's 100% true, I no longer believe that, no. But, you know, when you say, can you question your beliefs, I have questioned it. I don't think any revealed religions are true. But I've come to the belief, because I when I first deconstructed, I tried to just kind of get rid of all the Christianity from my brain and everything in my life, like completely, and then I just felt empty. So I've settled on the opinion, and a lot of people can disagree with this, that just kind of going along with it and kind of pretending or being a fake Christian, like I just feel like for me it's easier to just go along with it, if that makes sense.
Okay, I haven't gotten a clear answer yet. So, do you have a belief now in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that?
Yeah, I don't have a strong belief that I would defend, but if you were to force me to it, I'm probably something like a deist.
So you don't still believe Jesus is your Lord and Savior?
No. Just because I've looked at too much of the scholarly materials on the subject, and there's too many issues with that being true.
I see. So, but you believe there's something there that created everything, whether it intervenes or not. Something initiated existence.
Whether it's a being or not, or like a force, or it's something. I couldn't tell you what it is, but
why do you think that there's something?
Because I do believe that life is a miracle. I just think that
what is a miracle?
What is a miracle?
Yeah.
Well, I just think it's just kind of crazy that we exist, and nobody knows where we came from. Even if they claim that they know, nobody knows where we came from. And I think it's a great mystery. And
do you think it's a mystery that will never be solved?
Well, if atheists are right, then but when we die, it like personally, when we die, if atheists are right, then it won't be solved because you'll cease to exist, right? If one of the religions are true, then I guess you'll find out that way when you die. Or if science advances enough to where they can figure it out. Yeah, I think, no, I wouldn't say that it can never be figured out, but I think right now we don't know. If that makes sense.
Mm-hmm. So because right now we don't know, then you assume that there's a creation event or happening, and then therefore some kind of creator or at least force that creates.
Yeah, I just think that shit to me. It doesn't look random.
What is a creation?
Something that was intelligently designed.
What do you mean by intelligently designed?
Now, it doesn't have to mean like a man in the sky. Like, I don't know what it means because if there's a designer, I'm not the designer. I don't think any of us can conceive what that person.
The question. What is design? What does that mean?
A design, I think, I guess it's some kind of mind that thinks up something and then creates it, puts it into reality. You know,
you just said everything seems intelligently designed. I don't think it's necessarily a mind. And then when I asked what design is, you're saying it's something that is got a mind behind it.
Yeah. So I lean towards some other situation that I can't conceive of.
Design means something with a mind behind it. Can you think of anything that is not designed?
Can I think of anything that is not designed? Not off the top of my head, can you?
Well, it's gonna depend on what we're talking about when we say design, because as you see it, you think everything that exists is somehow designed. So if I said a rock was not designed, you might disagree. So rather than go that route, I would wonder, if you don't know what isn't designed, then how is it you're able to determine what is?
Well, I can tell you, it depends on what you mean by design, but if you take evolution, for example, then I would say that the raw materials that created the earth and the universe and all living creatures, that was designed, but then it kind of, so in that sense, you could say that.
Why do you say the raw materials were designed?
Because I have a hard time wrapping my head around the idea of nothing kicking it off, about there not being something like kicking everything off, like the idea that like just everything existed for eternity.
So is it?
And
it's not then that things look like they're designed, or you did assume they're designed. It's that you assume there's a kicker, something that.
It's both. Well, it's both. Well, it's both. Yeah, it's both.
But what is the design? What is it you're seeing that is designed, and how are you able to determine that it is without some basis of comparison to what is not?
Well, when you look at things like the sun, isn't the sun like a perfect distance away from the earth? And if it was any closer, it would be too hot and life wouldn't sustain itself. And if it was,
Have you ever heard of the Goldilocks zone?
No.
The area in which an inhabitable planet can orbit a star. And if it's within that zone, that range, then and of course if it's the right size planet in near this zone known as the Goldilocks zone.
Mm-hmm.
You say if it's any closer, if it's any farther than what it is, but is it not possible that there's this Goldilocks zone that would give us hundreds of thousands of kilometers in either direction?
I suppose anything's possible, but I just don't tend to lean towards that way. So you're fixed on the idea that your
John,
atheism is real, but you don't seem like you're willing
that's a
to
rather ridiculous
consider
assumption, John.
anything, any other.
John, that's a very
Well, no,
ridiculous.
you seem like.
No, you're pivoting right now, and what you're doing
No, I'm
is you're
not.
feeling defensive because I'm questioning.
I'm not
your
feeling
beliefs.
defensive. I don't have a religion to defend.
John,
But
well, you have the belief that you're defending right now.
I do.
And John,
I
here's the
believe that
thing.
there's
Stop
something, and you
talking
believe that
over
there's
me.
nothing.
I'm going to have to mute you. I have not said that I believe there's nothing. You're making very
Yeah, you're making
right now.
obvious atheistic
Okay,
arguments.
I'm going to mute you because you're being ridiculously immature right now, and you don't seem to understand that a conversation doesn't happen when a moron is shouting over the other person. So stop that ridiculous behavior if you want to stay up here. This is not a debate. I'm not presenting a side that I'm trying to defend. I am presenting questions to see if you can question your beliefs. And as you're getting defensive, you're looking for something to attack because you're a coward. Grow up. And if you're still driving right now, I would recommend that you pull over the next time you want to talk on a TikTok live. See, because if you weren't driving right now, you'd have noticed that you're muted. You're probably shouting at your phone like an ignorant child.
Haven't said a word.
Yep. But here's the thing, John. I'm done with you because you can't question your beliefs, and you can't seem to understand that this is not a debate. That pivoted very quickly. I thought we were having a respectful conversation, but the moment I present a question, he decides that he has to find a belief to latch onto, to attack, to argue with, and say I'm not questioning my beliefs. I host this live every single night. I do question my beliefs every night. And just a fair warning to anyone else who wants to come up here. I'm not interested in an argument, a debate, or a shouting match. The moment you start talking over me or shouting over me, trying to prove some point, you're done. You've lost. You're not critically thinking. You're being defensive. Let's see if we can move forward without another emotional outburst. Hello, Flora. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
I'm 55 years old. He, him, white.
You have a belief in a god or gods. That's a strange bunch that you decided to add when I only asked your age.
Sorry, I was kind of joking around a little bit, I believe. And I think it's interesting.
What belief do you have? What god do you believe in?
I don't believe in God. But
I'm sorry. I'd asked if you had a belief in a god, a higher power or anything like that.
Well, I don't know if I would describe it like that. I can explain it like in 2 seconds. I believe that there is a moral structure to the universe that I was not aware of when I was a kid, when I lost.
What does moral mean?
Meaning that like the antisocial behavior is actually punished.
You're saying there's a structure to the universe where antisocial behavior is punished.
Correct. In game theory, which is Right, which is basically a part of mathematics, which I consider to be
So you don't have
like,
a belief in a God or gods. Why not?
well, I don't know if you can call it God if you want to.
I'm just asking.
I mean, I don't know if I would call it God or not. You could. You're welcome to do that.
I'm not doing that. I'm asking you. I asked you in the beginning if you believed in a God or God's higher power or anything like that. You're telling me you believe in a moral framework based on game theory. I'm asking why you don't believe in a God. Is it not a God or is it a God? Or are you just here to talk about what you want to talk about and not answer the questions I ask?
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to be rude. What I'm trying to say is that I don't know what to call it, but if you ask me point blank, do I believe in God? The answer is absolutely not.
So why not?
When I was a little kid, I grew up in the Bible Belt. Well, actually, I've lived almost my entire life in the Bible Belt. But I lived in the Bible Belt when that actually meant something. And I was very lucky. So I had the best version of that you could get.
So why don't you believe in a God?
Well, I was almost there. So what happened was, it was the best of all worlds in the Bible Belt in the 70s. And then one day I just couldn't pray anymore. I just didn't believe it. So the answer to the question, why I don't believe in God, is that I can't pray. I just can't. I can fake it. I could pretend.
So the reason you don't believe there's any God is because you can't pray. What do you mean you can't pray?
I mean, I know it's a fraud if I do it. Like, there's nobody there. I know I don't believe that there's anybody there. And if you put a pew to my head and said, if you don't pray and believe it, and I'll give you a week, I'll give you a year. It doesn't matter how long you give me. When you come back, if you have perfect knowledge of me, I will. That's it for me. There's nothing I can. There's nothing I can.
Determined already that because your prayers.
Yeah, it's like I feel fraudulent when I do it. I tried to do it, but I couldn't, and then I stopped because I remember the last time that I prayed.
How long did you try to do it?
It wasn't very long. I used to do it all the time. I was in the choir, was very religious, very observant, never missed a Sunday, all the holidays, everything. It was just like perfect, like whatever you imagine an observant, like religious childhood to be, I was way beyond that. And I was fine with that until my brain reached a certain level of development. And then I became because I think people differentiate. Sorry, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to insult anybody. I didn't mean to say that I was better than them, only different.
Nobody said you said that. I just asked what age that was.
I'm sorry. I just wanted to make that clear. It was around
what age was it?
It was around the 6th grade.
So 11.
Yeah, something like that.
So around 11 years old, you decided that your brain had developed to a point that your prayers felt fraudulent.
I didn't decide it. It just happened to me. And then I retroactively I understand it that way.
How long? Was it just like a few weeks at age 11, or was it?
Actually, it happened all of a sudden one day. I was raised.
Well, I'm sorry. How long did you pray after you started to feel like no one was there?
None, not at all.
So once you felt one time that there was no one there, you didn't pray again. And now you hold the certainty that no matter what, you could pray every day for the rest of your life and you wouldn't feel anyone was there because you just know.
It's not about knowing, it's about not. I'm incapable of not feeling fraudulent when I pray.
You're incapable of not feeling fraudulent when you pray. The one time you prayed when you were 11 years old.
And every day since.
You've prayed since?
No. Because it's blasphemous.
It's blasphemous to pray if you don't believe. Where did you get that?
That I feel that way. I feel like that it's I mean, if you believe.
I'm sorry, if you're concerned about committing blasphemy, doesn't that mean that you somehow believe that God is there?
No, I believe in religion. Like, I think if you left 1,000 people on an island and came back in 100 years, that they would have a religion. I think it's a perfectly human, a very valid human thing to do, to believe. And I think that there are like knobs in like the sensitivity that people have to believing that things are connected to them or each other, or patterns.
Knobs.
They're dials. Sorry. So in other words, there's, I'm sorry, put it another way, even simpler, that there's a level that some people are more or less sensitive to religious experiences. And my brain developed in the direction of being less sensitive.
You say your brain developed in the direction of being less sensitive, but yet you are concerned about committing blasphemy by praying while being less sensitive.
Because I do care
so
about
much, Shell.
I do care about blasphemy. I don't mean to be rude or gross. But
How is it rude or gross for you to commit blasphemy?
Because I believe in I believe in the experiences of other people.
What is blasphemy?
I'm not the sort of atheist who desires to eliminate religion or offend other people.
What is blasphemy?
Okay, well, for me, because my childhood was extremely observant, for example, television to me.
I'm sorry, how is something blasphemous to you if you don't believe in the God?
Because I'm culturally Christian.
And you're culturally Christian in a Christian culture where praying when you don't believe is blasphemous.
Well, you've heard of culturally Jewish, right? Like where people
I have. I'm not asking about cultural Christianity. I'm asking about if this culture that you're in believes it is blasphemous to pray while not believing.
Oh, that's a good question. I never told them that I was an atheist because I didn't want to offend them, because they were good people, because they were very, very good people. And
have you ever looked into blasphemy to see if it's blasphemous to pray when you don't believe?
It's just how I feel.
It's just how you feel. You feel that it's blasphemous to pray when you don't believe.
Yes.
So you don't attempt to pray because you'll commit blasphemy. And who will know that you were committing blasphemy?
Me.
And are you concerned that you alone committing blasphemy in your room is going to offend someone else?
Oh, okay. I see where we're going.
It sounds to me like you're concerned about what either, you or the God will think.
It's impossible to exaggerate how little of the presence of being seen, observed, watched, monitored, or heard that I feel. I don't know how I can make you understand that any more than you're just going to have to trust me on that.
You feel observed at all times.
No. I said it's impossible for me to exaggerate how little that I feel observed, seen, heard, or that there's a plan, that it's all connected, like all of that stuff.
So if you're not observed or seen or heard, then who's going to be offended if you commit blasphemy alone?
I respect, like I was raised Christian, and even though I don't, like Mother Teresa was an atheist. I don't know if you realize. I'm sure. Actually, probably you do. You probably do.
I'm curious, real quick, Flor. Is Jesus Christ your Lord and Savior? Do you believe that?
No, no.
Do you deny Jesus Christ as your Lord and Savior?
I don't believe in those things. I don't believe in those things. I came in. I did come in here to talk about.
Do you not think that in many traditions that might be blasphemy? To deny Jesus as your Lord and Savior?
Well, look, I mean, I'm not like if I'm not the religion that you are, I'm not obliged to adopt your religion. That's not blasphemy.
I'm sorry, but what is? It's not my religion. I'm
not talking about your.
I'm just not understanding what you're concerned about. I'm not understanding why, if you don't believe this God exists because of one prayer where you felt unheard or like there wasn't anything there, then why wouldn't you try it again? And you say blasphemy because it's blasphemous to pray without belief, and that it simply does not compute why you would be concerned with blasphemy for a God you don't believe in, or for people that won't be in the room to be offended. It sounds extremely contradictory, and I'm not saying that you should go pray, but it seems certainly if you were trying to use this as a basis to not believe in the God, you might, run your experiment more than once to see if the results are consistent.
Well, oh God, I don't want to do this, but I'm going to I grew up in an orphanage. It was a Christian orphanage. So I woke up, so I didn't, it's almost, it's hard, it's difficult to explain how observant we were. And the only escape from it that I had was public school. Okay? The rest of the time, you're in the church 24 hours a day, except for, well, not 24, except for public school. And that's it. Okay? And in the Bible Belt in the 70s and 80s. Okay? But I was very lucky because these were amazing people. Like you hear horror stories. No, that did not describe my life. I'm very lucky and I respect these people very, very much. But I also am allowing myself room to be different.
What was the question I asked?
You asked me if it's okay. You asked me that why is one failure to pray enough evidence that I should just never try again, etc.
And how do you think your response answered that?
Well, I'm trying to draw you a picture of what happened to me so you can understand what it was like.
It's not making it clear at all why you wouldn't just try even one more time to see if the God was actually not listening, not there, or if it was you.
Yeah, it was definitely me. There's no question. Yes, all day long it's me.
So you're saying that, are you saying that the God is there and you just can't get a feel for him?
Yeah.
So you believe that the God is there?
No, I don't believe the God is there, but I mean, I'm not trying to debate whether or not God is there. I'm telling you that I don't believe it. I can't believe it. There's nothing that you
Fascinating.
That can
I'm not
happen.
I'm not trying to convince you that a God is there. I'm trying to see if you can question, in this case, your lack of belief,
Yes, that's why I came up here. I was trying to tell you that
happening.
You
wanted to talk about your objective moral framework based upon game theory. I wanted to ask you about your belief in a God.
And I'm trying to explain it to you from the point of view of somebody who has a novel experience of the moral structure of the universe, which is what I wanted to originally say. And
how does the universe have a moral structure? What is morality again?
Well, it shouldn't. I mean, based on Darwinism, you would.
What is morality again?
Well, in this example, the example that I learned about that changed my mind was that because it's a grim view, you know.
What is morality?
Okay, well, antisocial behavior is punished in mathematics, and that is fascinating to me.
What is morality?
Um, well, for me, what I care about, like the meaning of my life is what it means to me. So morality is the things that I value or believe are the good or for the good or correct, and things that undermine those things
So, are
are
you
bad.
saying that morality is what you think is good and bad?
Yes, I have to take responsibility for morality. Nobody can
So, so
nobody can make
morality
the
is
law.
what you think is good or bad. How is that to be objective if it is just what you think is good and bad?
It's not objective
Oh,
until we look at game theory, and then it is.
okay. So, well, in game theory, is that actually telling us what is good and bad, or is that just telling us what is going to net positive or negative results?
It's telling us that antisocial behavior is punished and pro-social behavior is rewarded, which is something that
I see.
you don't automatically see in nature, and that nature is not famous for. And I think it's really beautiful, and
Well,
I was moved by.
I'm glad you think it's beautiful. Congratulations on getting the point out that you wanted to get out. I'd rather just have the conversation that I'd like to have on my live. If anybody has a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning that belief, go ahead and request on up. If you're just going to come up here and talk past me and avoid the questions and take 20 minutes to define morality before we even get anywhere, I'd much rather just wait for someone a little more clear-headed. Yeah, thank you, Flora. Maybe another time. I'm just not interested in being led into your conversation. Mm-hmm. Danny Grax, you can't just put things like that in the chat. Now I need something else with blueberries in it.
Hello. Do you believe in retained raw meats?
Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
I am 18.
What year were you born?
2007.
Do you have a belief in a god or god's higher power or anything like that?
Probably because it's probably the same higher power that engineered us to eat raw meat and drink raw milk.
Raw meat and raw milk. So that's what you came
Yes.
up here to talk about.
So basically, you don't want to eat chocolate.
I don't fucking care. 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 I don't fucking care that I don't fucking care. And I don't fucking care about that either. It's been all night, Jim. All night. It's been. But who knows? Maybe somewhere out there in the darkness is someone with the curiosity or the courage to question their beliefs. Maybe it's the music. It's not our tavern music. We're not getting our usual mix of, well, a wide variety instead of just one after another. Maybe that'll help. The vibration frequencies. I don't know that I'm not looking for vibration frequencies. I'm just here to see if you can question your beliefs. That's all. And if you can, then what is it you believe? And why do you believe it? That's all I'm doing. If it's vibrational frequencies, I'll have some questions about it. I mean, I maybe it's just me feeling some way about something, but I feel like the last two were not up here to genuinely question beliefs, but to preach off topic. Who knows? Could just be me. But I do need to thank Donna B, Shell, Delilah Scissors, Anki Bubs, and Dash for helping with the goal. Appreciate you guys so much. You guys are amazing. And I think, oh, no more request. The Space Cowboy moved on, I guess. We can make this more clear. We could do this. Well, first, that might be part of it. We're in the wrong place. There. Just what I heard. All right, people, act right. There's people, and we appreciate our sleepers. But we also appreciate our tappers. Thank you guys for getting us to 46,000 likes. Really appreciate all of you. And of course, the more we tap, the more likely it is that we'll come across the FYP of somebody who's got the curiosity or the courage to question their beliefs. is having a belief that you can question. Is it like having a wild idea that you don't really hold? Or is it something deeper than that? Is it more like, is it, well, I can't think of a good metaphor. What is it like? Ghostbane says it's like having a tiger by the tail. Interesting. Oh, because you have to tire it out before it can listen to reason. I'm not, okay. I'm not gonna read that one out, Tennessee Rockhound, but it's hilarious. Well, that was just it. Delilah says I wanted to question that more, but he simply had a one-track mind. Burn yourself with committing blasphemy, at least in private, if you don't believe in the God. It makes no sense. It was like he'd chosen a view and a topic, and that's all he wanted to talk about. And it felt like, really, like the answers were just dismissive, trying to get on to the next so he could get to his topic. And he didn't think I would question that. But that's ridiculous. That's all I do is question things. Hello, Flamekeeper. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
66 years old.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
I believe there is a higher power. God or gods, I think that's man-made words.
What is the higher power?
Well, I couldn't put a finger right dead on it, but everything throughout the universe is, I believe, is in vibration. every organism, every atom. And doesn't organism and atoms have some type of life, I guess you'd call it, or
What do you mean?
anyway, as you're saying, I just believe it's he's or it is part of the vibrations and the frequencies that we encounter daily.
So there's a higher power that is part of the vibrations and frequencies we encounter.
I believe he's yes.
What do you mean by vibrations and frequencies?
Well, everything puts out a vibration, or is in vibration. I'm sorry.
Everything is in vibration. What do you mean by that?
It's part of our genome makeup, I believe. The way everything is. I mean, the trees, everything on the planet throughout the universe is. I don't know exactly the technical or scientific term, but I've experienced it. I've studied it. I haven't went super deep on looking on it, but yeah. And it all puts out a frequency, which...
What do you mean puts out a frequency?
We all put out a certain frequency, even the what kills
frequency that's being put out. What does that mean?
Like right now, my thoughts are putting out a certain frequency or vibration. We attract those that are within the same variance.
We attract those within the same variance.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, if
Are you sure about that?
No, not 100%.
Are you sure that we're putting out frequencies that are detectable in the ways that you're insinuating?
I believe there is a way to detect it. What is it called? They say some type of a generator that they're extremely expensive that they use.
A generator?
Yeah, it's I don't know. It's just something that like picks up like RF waves, something like that.
Radio frequencies.
Yeah, something thereabouts. Like, say you have
You're saying that we transmit radio waves.
Well, not exactly radio waves, I don't believe.
Okay, what is it you're saying is happening?
It's just something that everything does in this universe.
Something that everything does in the universe. What is it? What is something that everything does?
Well, I don't. It's beyond my comprehension because we've been kept in the dark for so many years about everything. Okay, go ahead.
If it's beyond your comprehension, why would you assume that it is all this one thing, higher power?
Well, I've been studying it quite a bit, and everything ends up going to that.
Everything ends up going to what?
To the study on the frequencies and the vibrations and the harmonics and stuff.
I'm sorry, everything ends in vibrations and harmonies. I'm not sure I'm following. What do you mean everything goes on to that?
If you go back to the Egyptians, to the Giza pyramid, okay, it was set up to take the earth frequency and shoots it up to the chamber, up to the queen's chamber, I think it is, or the king's chamber. And those frequencies change.
I'm sorry, it was set up to take the Earth's frequency and shoot it up. What do you mean, take the Earth's frequency?
The vibrations and the frequencies, it changes them. It changes them and resonates them.
Changes what?
The frequencies.
Changes what?
The frequencies.
I'm sorry, I'm so lost here. What are you saying is actually getting harnessed through the pyramid? What frequency?
Don't know exactly what frequency number it is. Could be like 121 or
What is?
222, whatever.
I'm sorry. What do you mean 121?
I'm just throwing a number out there.
What is
Frequency.
what is a frequency?
It's like electromagnetic, but I know everything that kills us.
So were you just kind of saying buzzwords that you've heard other people use that sound like they answer things, but they really don't?
No, I've been reading about it. I got my.
So what is it you've read about frequency? Can you tell me what a frequency is?
I can't tell you exactly. I know a rift generator. You can detect.
I'm sorry, a rift generator.
Correctly.
What does that have to do with what frequency is?
But it probably could tell you a little bit more. I mean, the frequency is like the vibration that I'm putting out, and it resonates and puts out the frequency. I don't know exactly the technical term.
What's resonating and putting out frequency?
Your voice right now.
Right, so my voice is putting out frequency.
Or your thoughts.
What do you mean by frequency? Like, do you even do you have a meaning of the word frequency?
That's a good one. I probably ought to look that up.
So if you were to look up the word frequency and just find out that it's,
I know they used
how often something repeats.
right. Didn't they use tuning?
What is the thing repeating when you're saying, like, the pyramids are harnessing frequency? What is it?
There's
What is being repeated?
right. I know, like the Egyptians, they said they used the ankh. They hummed a certain tone, which was putting the frequency in it, and they could travel to another place. Like
I'm sorry, what did the Ankh do?
it was supposed to be some type of a traveling device.
What tells you that an Ankh was a traveling device?
It's something I read about.
Where did you read about Ankhs being traveling devices?
In some of the Egyptian scrolls and the.
Can you tell me what Egyptian scroll told you that an Ankh was a traveling device?
I'm not exactly which one, but I know I found a lot of stuff in the British Museum, and the scrolls where Crusaders went on their crusade and took a lot of stuff and basically stole it, and then they had it interpreted by, I don't know, I think it was Greeks or something, and a lot of it, in my opinion, was misinterpreted, but it was in a lot of those different scrolls. You can still find some of that in the British Museum and a few other ones that are online. I think the Egyptian one's a little bit harder to get into because they kind of hide that stuff, just like the Catholic did.
I'm sorry, they're hiding what?
Well, they won't. They're not going to show us everything like they've never, like we haven't been shown before.
I'm sorry, so there's an that tells you that Ankhs are traveling devices.
Oh, I'm sure people have seen it. I'm sure they have.
Are you drunk?
No, I don't even drink. Drank some soda pop a while ago. That might have made me a little woozy.
So you're saying that you've been to the British Museum and you've seen a scroll that tells you that Ankhs are traveling devices. Did it say this in English or did you read the hieroglyphic?
No, they break it down into English, but I don't know exactly if it was the British Museum or which one I was looking at the time.
Did you go to England?
No.
Okay, so you were on a website? reading a thing and somebody said a thing and you
And
believe the
they might
thing.
have it in England. Yeah, somebody had it in the museum archives.
In the museum archive or in an article talking about it?
I believe it was the archives. It could have been art, but I'm pretty sure it was art. Yeah. Now, I know England's got theirs too.
Flame, do you believe every extravagant story you read on the internet, or
Well,
just
no.
okay? Why do you believe these?
Because I've experienced some things.
What have you experienced that tells you that songs are traveling devices, or that frequencies are harnessed through pyramids?
I'm not the being traveling devices, but the frequencies are a part of a big deal with us if we study it and find out all the truth within them. Like you can bring four of them together and center them into a center point where they all meet to change it to whatever.
So you bring what together?
All the frequencies, like different.
If you bring frequencies together and put them in a corner where they all meet, what happens?
So you're in some kind of a device that you might make. And I've seen them make with copper, and it'd be ground into the ground. And
so you've seen people make a device with copper that funnels frequencies into corners, and you're not drunk.
no, I'm not.
Fascinating.
But
And twice.
yeah, I can see it. Yeah, I can see it very well. I mean, it's led me to just like ancient gardening, how you inject your DNA into it. And
Flame, can you question your beliefs?
I can question anything.
Can you question these assumptions that frequency is somehow funneled through pyramids and onks are traveling devices, and higher power energy is in everything is a conscious force?
I can question it until I'm absolute.
You can question it until you're absolute.
Right.
How would you be absolute?
To be able to prove it. You'd be able to prove it by making my own device that would detect it and where I could use it.
You think you would be able to make a device to detect the frequency energy the way that you're talking about and use it?
I believe so. Yeah.
And use it how? How would the frequency device utilize frequency?
To keep you healthy, for one thing.
Oh, how would it do that?
Well, if say you got cancer, that cancer cell puts out a frequency.
Why?
You can match that same frequency and put it at that point. It will neutralize it.
Why do you think that's something that would work, Flame?
I just believe it will.
Have you ever, I don't know, asked an oncologist?
I have talked to a few doctors about certain things, but they won't talk to you out
your head?
No, they talk to you about writing it down.
I see. And so they write down things about how frequency kills cancer, according to you.
Not exactly kills cancer. I just use cancer disease.
Flame.
I mean,
it sounds like you hold a lot of assumptions that you're not questioning, and you seem to take them as though they're true because you assume them to be true.
90% of all technology or scientific discoveries and stuff, the theory.
I'm sorry, what?
In most of the scientific discoveries that they say that they know this or that, and that most of that theory.
What's a theory?
It's not scientifically proven. It's not absolute.
not scientifically proven is what you say a theory means.
Well, no, it's just not absolute. But they just need that one more element to put, to put it together.
When you say they need one more element to put it together, what do you mean?
Just like this fake butter that we eat. It's just one element from being plastic.
Oh my.
Yeah. Yeah. There's certain butters. Yeah, certain stuff that we eat.
Flame.
Gotta keep an open mind.
Yeah, well, have you ever heard that you should keep an open mind, but not so open that your brains fall out?
Okay, yeah. That's an opinion, but yeah.
I mean, that's what?
Hello,
What's your
Forrest.
fallout, sir? What's up? Hey, I was going to invite you real quick. I can tell that this is a very heated debate between two titan interlocutors. Just absolute mammoths of intellectualism. But they're going to do a meetup next month. I thought it was the 23rd. I'm tripping. It's not the 23rd of this month. It's next month. For Jaren. Do you know who Jaren is?
Hell yeah.
Yeah. I don't know how far you are. Obviously, you don't have to release that information. That's pertinent to you only. But it's the 23rd of next month, so that may give you time to prepare. I'm definitely going to be there for sure.
I will see if I can get my bones ready.
Your bones, I like that.
I'm
Very
already
relevant.
there.
No worries. Just send the invite because I don't really DM people if I could just talk to them. You know what I mean? It's way easier, especially because you're a big creator. I don't know how many people DM on a daily basis.
Quite a few.
People just tell me I'm
More
the
than I
devil.
read.
I'm going to hell.
Yeah, we get a lot of those.
I would like to unalive you, that type shit.
Yeah, I get a lot of those. Well, I appreciate it, Forrest. Yeah, no, I'm vaguely aware of the meetup. I did also think it was this month, so I'm glad to know it's next month. I have time to really decide whether or not to be there. But yeah, it's not too far from me.
I'm guessing you don't have to say this out loud. I'm guessing you got kids and a family, so.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, all of that.
You can gently drop me down.
Appreciate you, Forrest.
By the way, Flame, keep at it, brother. You are eviscerating this guy. He's a nobody.
He has opened a lot of eyes.
W's for Forrest. Flame. It sounded to me like you've got a lot of things that you're still questioning. You're making decisions based on first glances at things that seem sort of extravagant. Do you think it's possible that some of these assumptions might require a little deeper research before?
Oh, I'm sure a lot of it does, and there's a lot I have done research on that.
Can I make a recommendation before you go diving back into the pyramids and their frequency harnessing ability? Find out what the words energy, frequency, vibration, what they mean, and what they mean in science, and see if it still fits when people use them in a spiritual way.
Maybe we could do that. Probably should anyway.
I appreciate you, Flame.
They called Einstein crazy too, didn't they?
And I definitely didn't call you that.
I know, bro. You have a good evening.
Appreciate you, Flame. I hope you keep asking questions.
Oh yeah, buddy. Always.
Take care.
You too.
I think he's capable of questioning. He's just taking some of the first answers and running with them, and I think he should keep questioning those answers. And if you've got a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning your beliefs, then go ahead and request on up. I'm not here to debate you or argue. I'm not here to tear you down or tell you that you're wrong. I just want to know if you can question your beliefs, and if you can, then what is it you believe, and why do you believe it? And yes, that too, Flame, what Jimmy said, if you don't already know, go look up what a scientific theory is and how it actually falls in the hierarchy of scientific knowledge. I think it might have a little more staying power than you think. Well, we had a few ghosts in the queue. I thought one of them, sure enough, would apparate, materialize, whatever it is. But no, they all seem to be wisps in the wind, gone before I can even notice. Oh, but it's too early for poetry. If you've got a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning that belief, then go ahead and request on up. I don't want to burgle your God. I do, however, want to see just how firm a grasp you have on it. And really, why? Why are you holding on so tight? Or so loosely? Batman says banana, 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 banana. And as far as I can tell, they only said it once. Oh, there's the second one. I might have forgotten a banana. It's possible is. Well, thank you, Grandpa No Pivot. Really appreciate you. Hope you're doing well. Bananas are proof of agriculture, Jimmy says. I mean, unless you ask, what was that? Kiwi. If you ask a certain Kiwi about bananas, they're apparently evidence for God. Even though they're engineered by humans. would be surprised if that doesn't happen, Depth. So far, I'm kind of shocked it hasn't really happened. We've got a couple near Christians, but not really. But that's not really the, singular belief that we're interested in. It's one of many, or anything like that. And you're capable of questioning, then go ahead and request on it. Hello, Grandpa.
Yeah, how you guys doing? Can you guys hear me well?
Yeah, I can hear you all right.
Wonderful. Well, can you guys hear me well?
Yeah, I can hear you all right.
Wonderful. Well, I just wanted to stop by and say hello. I know you guys haven't seen me in a while, but I've been just, passing through and everything. Mm, I do have one thing I would like to say though.
Go for it.
Very soon, maybe at the beginning, sometime of next month. I do plan on doing a live, since I haven't went live in a while. And since you two are very good with questions, and I love this prompt that you guys have, because it clearly opens room for a lot of deeper thought. I want to do a prompt that's going to be what if? That's going to be the prompt name. What if? And it's supposed to open a room for people to come up, believers, non-believers, whoever, and kind of in a sense do what you're doing, but in a different route. And I would love for both of you, along with another individual, like Real or Fluff, to be my co-host.
Fascinating. That might be interesting if I can make the time to be there. Definitely hit me up in DMs.
No problem. Absolutely. I just wanted to come by and pass on that message just so you guys can be up to date. And, if you have available moments, definitely let me know what available days you got and we can see what we got.
Yeah, appreciate you, Grandpa.
Absolutely. I'll look at you guys.
Yeah, take care. Anybody not following Grandpa No Pivot, definitely follow that guy. Hello, Malak. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Oh, I'm 50.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
I question. I'm
Question.
I'm agnostic. Yeah, I know.
Are you saying?
I know there is something with that. But I don't believe in religion. How's that?
I see. When you say there is something, what are you saying you know
In
there is?
my being, I feel like there is something way beyond our comprehension.
No, you feel
But I cannot. We cannot read about it. You cannot indoctrinate by it. It's just something way beyond. That's what I believe in.
When you say something way beyond,
A high source
what do you mean by source?
that we cannot comprehend. Yeah, that's what I'm
I
saying.
understand the we cannot comprehend, which is why I've stopped asking what it is. But you did describe it as a source. What is?
Yeah, a higher source.
What do you
It's
mean
something.
by source?
Well. Okay. Some of us in the quantum physics, we believe we're living in simulation. Do you believe that?
Are you in quantum physics?
No, I'm asking you. Do you believe that we're living in a simulation?
I'm not here to discuss what I believe right now.
Okay.
So, what do you mean by quantum physics? Like,
No. I think we are living in a simulation.
You said some of us in quantum physics.
No, the quantum mechanics, they start actually.
What is quantum mechanics?
They start. You know what I'm talking about. They start actually find out that we are indeed living in a simulation.
I may know what quantum mechanics is, but I don't necessarily know what you're talking about unless you tell me what you mean.
Science is part of it. Yeah.
Science is part of it.
Yeah, it's science. Yeah. It is. I mean, you question things, you put into numbers and equations, whatnot.
What does quantum mean?
Finite.
Finite.
You know, like nanotechnology. Can you see it? No, what I'm trying to say is we are way beyond.
Are you saying that you believe that we live in a simulation because
Yeah, I think
of
so. I think so. Yeah.
your understanding of quantum mechanics?
Yeah. I
that
think
what
we
you're
really,
trying to
I
say?
think we are living, indeed living in a simulation.
Why do you think we're living in
One
a
and zeros.
simulation?
One and zeros. Yeah?
Why do you think we're living in a simulation?
Because we don't have free will. We don't have free will. It's like we in simulation, and we the what you call it again? Okay, we're not the actors, but we're the one who control. Kind of like when you're playing games. Have you ever played something? SIM City?
Are you saying that we are not the NPCs, but we are?
Yeah, we are NPCs.
player
Some of us are NPCs,
Oh, we
but not
are
all of us.
NPCs.
Yeah,
Or just some of us. How did you
there are
determine that some people are
NPCs. Okay, do you have any anima? Do you talk to yourself? You question yourself? Do you sometimes when you're about to do something wrong, like what the hell I'm doing? Do you do that?
I'm sorry. So you're saying that if somebody
No,
doesn't
I'm asking you a question.
stop, I'm not here to answer your questions.
Okay,
and I don't
okay.
see how stop.
Okay,
I don't
okay,
see
got you,
stop
got you.
talking.
Okay,
I
got
don't
you.
see stop talking.
All right.
I don't. Okay, you don't seem to understand what stop talking means. So I don't see how answering your questions is going to help you question your beliefs when you're so far all over the place, barely answering any of my questions and just kind of running on. So I'm trying to find out why you believe things are simulated. And you're saying it's because we don't have free will. And now you're trying to ask me what question again?
Okay. Have you ever had astral projection?
What does that have to do?
No,
People
you
being
actually experience
NPCs and not being
you experience the
NPCs.
simulation.
Okay. Are you drunk?
Why would I be drunk? Dude, I'm in Alaska. It's freaking 9 o'clock right now. Just got off work.
I don't know.
Well, do I sound drunk to you?
You're kind of all over the place.
No, I'm
The
not all
time
over
of
the
day
place.
doesn't stop people from being drunk. People get on here at
I'm
9
not all,
a.m. drunk.
no. I don't.
Sure.
I'm
Okay, so did you actually come up here to question your beliefs?
No. I see your message here. I just
Did
feel
you
like I
come
had to
up
say
here
so.
to question your beliefs?
I don't believe. I have to.
If anybody does have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that, and you're actually capable of questioning your beliefs, go ahead and request on up. And congratulations, Danny Cracks. I don't think you have to be drunk. You don't want to be drunk to come up here. You don't want. What does the W mean, Wolf? It means win. We are living in a simile. Well, a facsimile, according to the previous guest. What does Q mean? Does Q mean? I don't know what the context is, Sebastian. which is what it suddenly is. It's nice when it's quiet. I like when there's guests up here to actually question, but sometimes a certain guest makes me really, really enjoy the quiet that follows. Okay, I'll check the queue. There's probably someone. Nope, not a one. Not a believer amongst you with a belief that you can question. No questioning believers. Well, if that sounds like a challenge to you, and you've got a belief that you think you can question, then go ahead and request on up. I'm not here to debate you. There is a bit of challenge to it. I am interested in seeing if you can question whatever it is that you believe. And then maybe, if you can, we can get into the real what and why of that belief. I had a feeling when I saw who scrolled in, who would be the next in queue. Thank you, Yurza. Appreciate you. And sure enough, I mean, oh, it's tempting. It's very tempting. Really? Well, okay, let's see. Let's see, we'll try. We'll see.
Talking to.
Can you
I'm
remind me
bored.
your age for TikTok, TOS?
37.
And do you have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that?
I do.
And which God is that?
I believe in the universal Father. I don't believe. I believe that deity hasn't revealed its name, only its nature.
What is deity?
Deity is going to be, in my words, universal spirit, eternal truth, infinite reality, creator, controller.
Universal
I
spirit
get experimental
and
with
infinite
it.
reality. Are you
What was
saying,
that?
you said it's infinite reality. So you're saying that are you saying that it's everything?
Well, everything is inside of it at least. I think we're different personalities or the separation point. But as far as everything, yeah, basically, yeah. We're borrowing its matter even.
We're borrowing its matter. Or
Yeah.
if it's everything, is it not us as well?
We're a part of it, but we're separate personalities. Other personalities can exist within it, but it is total reality. They are total reality.
They are total reality, but separate
Yeah.
entities exist within it.
I get experimental and I say existence themselves or reality himself. But I'm me. I'm a part of existence, sure, but it's just different. He's holy, right? So I've got to like.
So is there anything
my
that
skull's
isn't
made out
this?
of him.
Is there anything that isn't this entity, this deity?
My personality isn't. I'm not him.
So just our personalities. That's the.
I would say only thing that's not him is my own identity.
So the only thing that's not him is your own identity, my own identity. Is it
Yeah.
everyone's identity?
Everyone has their own identity and personality. That's the way I would say it. Personality and identity. And and we're all unique, kind of like fingerprint, and
But the matter,
but we exist inside of them.
but the matter that makes up our bodies, that makes up us, that's somehow him. That's it.
Yeah. Yep.
Why
We're
do you
inside.
believe this?
Yeah. Why? Because I think, well, okay, I go by the Urantia book, if you remember.
I do remember the Urantia book.
But even if I didn't have that epistemological sort of cheat book, I still think we would come to this maximum thing where I'd have to say God is infinite. Even the Bible says, "For in Him we live, move, and have our being."
Why
And
do you believe the Urantia book?
Yes, I do.
I said, why do you believe the Urantia book?
Well, look. It comes down to the Bible. I know the Bible is not the most reliable text. I've read the Quran. It's not the most reliable text. I checked out the Urantia and I was like, huh. And I waited for the time where I had to like, okay, well now this is ridiculous, and it never came. It was always reasonable. It talked about evolution, and I think
Does it talk about evolution?
it does talk about, like, it says that life didn't begin on its own, but evolution's true. And before the Rancher book, I was thinking maybe they planted dinosaur
I'm sorry,
bones.
it says evolution's true. Does it say evolution's true as science describes evolution, or does it have its own version?
On that, I'm not sure, bro. To be honest with you.
Is it possible that if you were to look into evolution as it is actually understood by science, that you would see a very stark difference between what the Urantia book describes and
it would have to be demonstrated. I know. I mean, I'm not going to give
What do you mean by
a
demonstrated?
clue because I want to. There's. It says a bond of. I mean, I don't want to get into the science, dude, because it's not. I'm not. It's the most embarrassing part of the text. Sure, you want me to go ahead and say it? Okay, look. Only 1% of the book really deals with science, or less. I would say less than 1% actually dwells into the science.
And how does it deal with the science?
But here's what it says to us. It says at the beginning, they're not allowed to arbitrarily advance our science. They can't just come up and hand people the internet in the 1920s. They got to just let people figure things out. Okay, so the science, the revelators.
The revelators. Who are the revelators?
They are known by, forgive me, God forgive me, but species type over name. So we've got different sort of species here we're dealing with. So midwayers, divine counselors. They're the revelators. They were allowed to write these papers, and then Jesus himself. It makes me laugh a little bit. If we could read it.
They were allowed to write this, and Jesus said we could read it according to the book.
According to the book, and the book says they can't just arbitrarily advance our science.
I'm sorry, and so who wrote the book?
That's where it gets tricky. Who put pencil on paper? We don't know. We don't know how. We don't even when you Google it, it's like unknown author. Mm-hmm. All I know is I checked it out, I read it, and it 8 4 times, which I should have read it more. But
8 years you've read it 4 times, and so you said that 1% of it is science. What does it say about science?
Less. But
what does it say about the science of evolution?
I'm not.
Stop. I'm asking you a question. What does it say about the science of evolution?
It says that we all come from a universal common ancestor, that it made plants, it made all the bacteria, it made everything we see. We came from this life plasma that they planted in the ocean.
A life plasma.
Yeah. And then we eventually became what we are because of apes and stuff.
Because of apes.
Became apes.
Does it just say apes?
One day there were mutations and that took place in.
One day there were mutations. What does it actually say about the apes?
One doesn't say one day. You're right. Here's the thing.
What does it say about the apes? Does it say apes or does it say... Stop, though. Does it say apes or does it say ape men?
I don't want to get into the science.
Is it science or is it racism?
It's not racism. Come on now.
Are you sure?
Why you gotta bring that up? It's not.
Is it not? Does it not describe Adam and Eve as extraterrestrial beings that practice eugenics on ape men in order to create us?
Not really.
Oh, not us. I'm sorry. Something.
They don't
better,
say ape.
they
No,
fail.
they're fully human.
Right, they're not trying to make us. They try to make something better, and they fail. Right.
You understand we are ape men.
But it is.
That's like
they're trying to make something better, and they fail. Right.
This is what happened, man. According to the story, Adam and Eve isn't the true story from the Bible. That's just based a legend that happened, but they kind of got it right. There was a garden. It wasn't magical. But there's been there's been 3 visitations other than Jesus that you may not know about. The first ones were the Dalmatians, and they were sent here for a purpose to sort of pave the way for the prince and his staff. That's going to be the second visitation.
The prince and his staff. So these are visitations by the...
These are tens of thousands of years ago. It's long.
Visitations by the revelators or some other species.
It's from God. It's the beings that God sent to reveal to us and kind of oversee our evolution and everything else.
So God sends beings from other worlds here?
They are, but it's not. No, they're not like alien men. It's not like us, but on other. It's imagine an angel. Like, I hate saying the word angel.
So are they magic beings?
Imagine an angel.
Does God make magic
type
beings?
Of God.
Hey,
hold on
does
a minute.
God make magic beings, or does He make aliens from other worlds? Which are they?
Well, I want to give you an analogy though. Imagine the word angel. I want to answer your question, but imagine the word angel is like one name for one fish in the sea. Now there's all kinds of, like, a midwayer is going to be a different kind of angel, and it's a class or hierarchy of
So
these.
are you actually up here to question your beliefs or just preach the sermon of your rancho?
I am here to.
I don't think you.
Hierarchy.
I just feel you talking over me, arguing with me, trying to give me answers to questions I haven't asked, literally just being rude. And I'm just trying to find out more to understand why you'd even believe in this. But I don't think you're actually here to have that discussion. I don't feel that. Not when you're arguing and talking over. But maybe one of the other people in queue who's had the patience to wait around will be capable of questioning their beliefs.
Hello, everyone.
Hello, Stig Dad. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
I am 22 years old. 22 years of age. Is that all right?
TikTok. Do you have... And which God do you believe in?
In Allah. God. Well, just God.
Or gods?
That's just the Arabic term of it.
So, are you saying that you...
Yeah.
Have you read your Quran all the way through?
Yeah.
And do you believe it to be the divine breathed word of God?
Yes.
Why do you believe that?
Well, at first I didn't believe because I thought, why should I believe? This could be like the Bible, the Torah. Then I started looking at the scientific facts and they mind boggled me. The Big Bang, before scientists were even able to do that, 1400 years ago.
I'm sorry, where in the Quran does it say Big Bang?
It talks about the expansion of the universe. I'll give you the exact surah and everything. Sorry, I came prepared.
Oh, you came to debate. I'm not interested in a debate, Stig. I'm curious, can you actually question your beliefs?
As in, what do you mean? Elaborate on that, please.
So when you see the big banner on the screen that says, "Can you question your beliefs?" What does that mean to you?
As in, do you think I can question it? As in, do you think, like, do I think there's contradictions in my belief or faults?
Is that what you think that means?
I'm assuming, yeah. I mean, if you let me know what you
If
mean.
that's what it means to you, can you question your beliefs?
Not really.
Then why did you request up?
To be honest, I didn't fully understand the question, but if that's what you're...
If anybody's got a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that, and you're actually capable of questioning your beliefs, then go ahead and request on up. If you're just coming up here to preach your sermon at me, I don't give two shits. Hello for TikTok TOS.
My age? 41.
And do you have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that?
I believe in the all. I believe in that we are the all.
What do you mean, the all?
Just, I don't know how to explain this. I believe that everything is everything. We're all connected. And we are God. Collectively, as a collective, we are God.
Everything is everything, and we are all connected, and we are God.
Something like that. And this isn't,
Is there anything that isn't God? Anything that isn't God?
collective, how do I explain this? The collection of the energy is bit maybe.
Sorry, what is energy?
I'm not sure. Consciousness. Not even consciousness. Awareness, maybe? I don't know. My experience is, I just want to say something real quick. I'm sorry.
Are you just here to preach a sermon like the last two?
Not at all. I wanted to, that's what I was getting at, actually. I wanted to tell you that I've not read anything, any books. I've never read any books on any of this stuff. I just wanted to, that's what I was,
So what in your experience tells you that energy is consciousness, is connected, is everything, is God?
I guess I've had profound synchronicities, things that connect on a quantum level almost, just kind of, I don't really know how to explain that, I guess. But I've seen so many things, I've experienced so much, and there is a communication that...
Did you say on a quantum level? You've experienced things on a quantum level. What does that mean?
I feel like that's what the right word would be, where
What
like
does quantum mean?
where like things, to me this would be like where things kind of come full circle in a really, really deep way. Like almost like somebody hit a bell, a giant bell, and it just resonated.
That's what quantum means.
I'm not
sure. A bell is wrong.
What was that?
The quantum means that a bell is wrong.
That's, to me, that's what I feel like would explain it, kind of like, I don't know.
So quantum physics is the physics of ringing bells.
No, it's not the definition in the book. And words are limiting as well, because, I might not be using the right words, but I am being authentic.
I understand. You're saying what you feel, but you're using words that have meanings. And when you do that, it does make it difficult to understand if the meanings are different than what's widely understood.
Right.
If they're esoteric, if they're just known to you, then we don't know what you're saying. So, like, when you say that, you said everything is consciousness, energy that is connected, or when it's connected, it is the all, and the all is the one, and that
Right.
is like a God. And somehow your experience of that is quantum.
Um,
That's not helpful if
so,
quantum means something else, and you
so
have a solo meaning of it.
quantum to me would mean like more than one like realm, I guess, maybe like more than one dimension.
What do you mean by dimension?
Dominion. So like there's different versions of myself that in different realities or different realms or different dimensions. I can't think of the word right now. Expanding. So when you're
Different versions of yourself.
like higher self. So like when you say higher self,
I didn't say higher self.
no. When
I
a
said
person talks
different
about higher self,
versions.
right?
Are you talking about higher selves?
Yeah. So I'm
Okay,
thinking.
so just stop for just a moment. It really feels like this is starting to turn into a word association game. I ask you a question, and you answer it with something that has absolutely no explanatory power towards the question, but has a whole bunch of new buzzwords. I have to ask what you mean literally every time I've asked a question. So let's stop for just a moment. I'm going to speak past you. It's not to be rude. I need to thank Heather's Descent, Donna B, Enki Bubs, Danny Grax, Shell, Martha Steele, and 96. Thank you all so much for helping with the goal. I appreciate you guys so much. Serena, you believe in this higher consciousness, higher self in other dimensions. So now, not only is this realm, this existence where we are supposed to be interconnected by energetic consciousness, which I still have no idea what any of that means, but now there's other dimensions where our consciousnesses get higher and lower.
No.
So do you see how this is what you've said sounds?
Okay. Can I explain though? I feel like I keep trying to explain and
Explain what though? So far, it feels like you're just trying to, really just explain something you don't understand.
no, I absolutely understand because I felt it.
What is it you understand?
The connection. I can feel the connection. I can feel the
You
oneness.
say you feel a connection. What do you mean by that?
The oneness to the all, the oneness that we're all
What do you mean by
connected, things like
oneness?
that.
Is
What
there
do you say?
anything you don't feel connected to?
There's been moments where I've had these really profound experiences where I've completely I felt the oneness. I felt the connection.
So there are
everything.
moments when you feel connection. Are you lucid in these moments?
Yeah.
Are you sober in these moments?
Yeah.
Are you awake in these moments?
Yes.
So in lucid, sober moments, you have a feeling of connection to everything. And when you say that you have this feeling of connection to everything, how do you know it is not just an emotional state within your mind?
Because it was so overwhelming that I couldn't even speak, and it knocked me to my knees, and all I could do was cry.
How is that not an emotional state?
What was that?
How is that not an emotional state?
I'm saying that it was so overwhelmingly emotional that I literally felt paralyzed in a good way, in the best way.
Right. So
and I felt
an
it.
Emotional reaction to.
I was
to
at a
what?
garage sale. It was just literally at a garage sale, and it just hit me.
You were at a garage sale, and you had an emotional reaction, and And how did you separate this emotional moment from? I mean, like, how did you somehow know that this was a true knowledge or awakening or understanding, and not just something that you got excited about in your mind, a thought?
Because I felt it.
You felt.
I felt it. I
You say you
experienced it,
felt
and
it.
my life completely changed after that. I felt like everything in my past had been healed. No more intrusive thoughts and things like that. I felt like it was a healing moment, and it really was incredible. I will never forget it as long as I live, and it is the one thing that I've always had to hold on
Serena.
to if I ever needed to have some faith or anything like that, or things got
Serena.
done. I look back on that.
Serena, can you question your beliefs?
I don't have to.
Fuck off. Why do
I look back on that.
me? Fuck you. Why do people keep just preaching at me instead of listening and hearing the questions? Seriously, did you not just listen to the last 3 guests? You did come up here to just preach at me. You're not here to question your beliefs. You're seriously just here to preach at me and not hear a word I say. How fucking disrespectful. It could be me. Very likely is. But I feel like it has just been every single guest has come up here to just preach at me and ignore the prompt. There's nothing bullying about enforcing my prompt. It says, can you question your beliefs? I asked you as you come up, are you just here to preach at me and tell me what you believe? You said no. And then you did that. And then as I'm speaking, you were just rushing to finish your sermon about how great it feels, this wonderful feeling, and then sermon answer a single one of my questions without just avoiding it and jumping into a whole new realm of what you came up answer, a whole new paired monologue, avoiding it, say the questions tonight, and it's wildly frustrating. What you paired wildly. And I fully accept that I could just be letting it stack from one guest to the next, the frustration of nobody questioning, everybody preaching. So I extend an apology to the last guest for my reaction, but really, you watched 3 in a row do exactly what you did, and then said you weren't going to do it. That's good, Flora. Maybe another time. Yeah, spicy Thrayle went way spicy, cat.
Hiya.
Hello, can I get yeah, yes.
I'm 24.
About your age for you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like it?
I guess I believe in a creator. I'm ex-Muslim.
Ex-Muslim. So you currently believe in a creator that is not named in any book, just generic creator of things.
Yeah, I guess I just think that there's a possibility of a creator.
I see.
But I haven't got a religion per se.
A possibility of a creator. Do you think that everything is created by this one creator?
Yeah, I think kind of. My idea of a creator is more. Sometimes I think of it like someone or something that created the universe and then kind of went to sleep.
So like a deistic god, a god that makes things and then walks away.
Yeah, I'm heading to that kind of direction because I've been looking at different religions and stuff, but I haven't, had that feeling yet.
Why do you think that a creator created things?
I feel like the world, like Earth, how we're able to survive seems a bit too perfect just to happen naturally. Like if the moon was a bit more further, then the tides could unalive us. If the sun was too close, our atmosphere would be gone.
So you're saying that you think that we're just in a perfect spot. What does perfect mean?
Perfect as in viable for humans to survive on this planet.
So any kind of viability for life at all
Yeah.
would be perfect.
Yeah, that's how I would say. Like we have
So if we were closer or farther, by how much do you think that would become inviable?
The moon, like the ocean tides are connected to the moon. So I guess if the moon stopped rotating, then the tides could go too high.
Oh, that was not the button I meant to press. Sorry, we just got interrupted by somebody rude. Booger, why are you in my requests?
Well, you asked the question. Can you question your beliefs? I think it's important. I think it's actually more than important. It's our duty to question our beliefs.
Well, thank you for that, Booger. Why are you being an obnoxious asshole in the chat?
Bro, why do you talk like that?
Goodbye. Sorry,
Yeah.
So you're saying that because things are in a certain place. I was asking how much closer, how much farther before we got interrupted would we have to be before things became inviable?
I guess if the axis our world's been tilting on just shifted too fast, then we could have the gravitational pull could change. So there could be that. Just like small changes could affect us.
I'm sorry, I was asking how much closer, how much farther.
Oh, you mean... Sorry, go on.
Like, do you mean like inches, feet, miles?
I guess either. I think.
Kilometers, sorry.
Yeah. I guess if the Earth is closer, let's say maybe I haven't actually done how much it's meant to be, but let's say it's 100 kilometers closer. That could affect how the atmosphere of the Earth.
Do you think it would make it so that life was impossible, that humans wouldn't survive?
It could be possible that maybe a slight difference could break the ozone layer, so it could make it that humans are not viable.
You said just 100 kilometers.
Yeah, it could be possible. I haven't really checked exactly the amount.
Do you know how far 100 kilometers is in relation to the size of the Earth? It'd be real tiny, wouldn't it?
Yeah. Like I said, I'm not sure the exact amount. I just said 100 kilometers is just by my guess, but it's probably more than that.
If it's more like hundreds of thousands of kilometers in either direction, would that seem perfect, or would it seem more like we have a zone, a pretty broad range that we could have existed in?
I guess you could say we have a zone that...
You might look into what's called the Goldilocks zone. That's kind of what you're talking about there. As science describes it, it's the range in which a life-forming planet could, or life-sustaining planet could be from its star. And in our solar system, it's a pretty broad range.
Yeah.
To give you an idea, Mars and Venus would also be considered in the range.
Oh. Sorry, I wasn't I just thought as in like, but isn't Mars and Venus's atmosphere humans couldn't survive on?
In their current condition, yeah.
True.
But do you think that's because of their proximity, necessarily?
No, I would say, like you said, if it's in the zone, it's fine. It's just that atmosphere.
So then if there is this broad zone in which life could emerge, what does that mean for your belief that we are created in a perfect way, in a perfect location?
I guess I could question then, is a creator that necessary for humans to happen? But at the same time, is it more like the creator just like made the universe and exactly flourish life per se? I don't know. I'm just still questioning it.
I can hear that. And I remember you saying at the beginning that this is that it could be. It was a possibility of a creator, but that you're questioning it. So it's not a firm conviction that you believe everything must be created, right?
Yeah, it's not a firm conviction.
Mm-hmm. What do you think might convince you that everything was created?
I don't know. I guess I would have to... maybe I would need like physical evidence, or perhaps like some people say they had like a religious, like they felt it, like about God or something. I just haven't had that experience.
And kind of the inverse of that, what do you think would convince you that there's no God, creator, or anything like that?
I guess probably logical reasoning that if there is no evidence of a god and logically humans just evolved and just pure luck we were existed, then yeah, I gotta just go through your logical thinking.
If a God did exist, an interactive God, not like a deist, set it and forget it one, but one that wanted things from you, worship or praise, would you? I'm sorry, I lost my train of thought. If that kind of God existed, would you want to worship it just for it existing and asking that, or would you need something more?
I guess I would have to actually believe it existed and then what does it want, and is it a good god, a bad god? Is it necessary for me to pray to it?
Those are really good questions. Supposing it's a bad God, but that if you don't pray to it, then you're facing some eternal torment.
Then I don't see necessary to pray to it, because if it will be upset if I don't pray to it and it's negative, I'm damned either way.
Well, it still promises to treat you kindly if you submit to it.
Yeah. Personally, for me, I don't think I want to pray to a god who is bad, who I'd rather be damned.
What about a God that is all-loving but incapable of protecting or providing? Would you worship that God just for caring?
I guess it's possible I could worship it. Does it want me to worship it? Is it more of
Well, if it's loving, we'd assume that it wants you to do what you want to do.
So if it wants me to do what I want to do, I guess it's up to me if I want to pray to it. So I might pray to it. I guess it depends how I feel either day.
Can you imagine any kind of God that you would want to pray to or worship?
I feel like it would have to be like a loving God, but at the same time, if I'm praying to it, what am I going to get in return for my prayers and my time? I feel like if there's an idea of a heaven or eternity, if I follow these rules, if I worship it, that I would have some sort of afterlife or heaven, etc.
Can you think of, actually, does it matter to you if a God exists or not?
Not really. I just would like to know the truth. That's more appealing.
And would you rather know an uncomfortable truth than have a comfortable lie?
I'd rather have an uncomfortable truth.
Mm-hmm. What does your belief in a creator do for you if it is a deistic creator that doesn't interact?
I guess, in a way, I would think of the reason why we exist. That's more the answer than actually necessarily needing to worship it.
So even with your deistic God, it's just kind of like giving you an answer to something so that you'll have an answer, but not so that you can act on it or do anything with it.
Yeah, it's just for my answer. I guess if I decided, I felt maybe if I'm in pain or something, but like you said, if it's a deity that doesn't want to interact, then there is no point in praying to it.
Does it still bring you comfort to have an answer where you otherwise wouldn't?
Yeah, I guess in a way it would be comfortable to know, okay, this is how the universe was created, and that's life. In a way, and that's life.
Matters if that answer is true or not, though.
Yeah.
It sounds like as you are very capable of questioning your beliefs, you have an idea of a deistic creator because things could be created, but not a firm conviction of that. And it sounds like you have some more questioning to do around why you would think that's even a likely scenario. But it sounds like even a likely asking those questions, no matter what direction they take you. I think you've done quite well up here, so I appreciate you as I am going to move on now. Thank you.
Thanks.
Asking those.
Thanks.
Big W's. Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, but I didn't cut you. You can take it as a compliment. Big W's for Izzy in the chat. Definitely Izzy in the chat. Definitely capable of questioning their beliefs. And so refreshing after the last string. Maybe it was my patience. I don't know. It felt worn down by the third one. But I think I'm refreshed. I'm ready to see if my patience can withstand. Is that really the test now? It used to be a rare thing to be able to try my patience on this live. Well, I appreciate that open road oracle. Maybe my patience isn't as worn down as I thought, but I'm still going to question that. And if you can question whatever it is you believe in, be it a god or God's higher power, or leprechauns or mermaids, really anything like that, if you can question it, then go ahead and request on up. I just want to know, really, if you can, but also we can get to the what and the why of that belief, if you can question it. religion so transactional? That's a great question, 96. Believe in me and you are saved. This for that. Follow me and have everlasting life. This for that. What is the value of the devotion, the praise, the worship to a God? What does that do for it? How does it benefit? Is it like fuel? Is it food for it? Would it not? Would it not exist without it? In which case, doesn't that imply or did something else believe in it before it made us to believe? It all kind of breaks down there. Is God Tinkerbell and we need to clap? Did anybody else ever watch Peter Pan and not clap to see if Tinkerbell doesn't get up? Because she does. Quigley clapped during Poe's Telltale Heart, but to no effect. I just meant, yeah, I know it's just a movie, Z. That's kind of the point. I might have, Sebastian. I got impatient with one. I might have, Sebastian. I got impatient with Sebastian after. Yeah, if you don't clap for Tinkerbell, she still gets up. Which, you know, is pretty good early childhood indicator that adults are all lying to you. Especially when they say believe. People are weird. But if you're weird and you believe, you're weird, don't worry, we're weird too. Just not like that. But we do want to question what it is you believe in. If you can believe in it, just question it. I'm not looking for a debate or an argument. I'm not looking to push someone who's 10 toes down into a new stance. There's plenty of lives that will hostily and angrily force you to believe whatever it is you want to be forced to believe. But here, I just want to know what you do believe, and why you believe it, and most importantly, and question it. Question. And welcome in everybody who is just joining us. I see a lot of familiar names joining the chat. Good to see you all. And joining the chat. Good to see you all. Just DJ, I'm also craving a snack, but I'm also not going to indulge. Because I've got blueberry coffee, and I'm content in questioning the questionable beliefs of those who believe they can question. And thank you guys for tapping us up to 82,000 likes. I should say that, because that's amazing. Appreciate everybody who's tapped the screen. And the more we tap of a god or gods, and the ability to question it, might see us on their FYP, and who knows, they might even have the courage or the curiosity to request up. Well, I'm glad you found us again, Kung Pao. Good to see you. I don't think you missed too much. It is objectively the best coffee, DJ09, and I will debate you on that, clearly, because that's what I do. Absolutely, April. And the cup, just so you can imagine it, looks just like the one on the screen. It's not a debate, but blueberry coffee, I think there's no argument needed. You just need to try it. You'll agree. sure why 200,000 there is frowning, but okay. Lots of grumpy faces. I feel like we're about to get derailed, but let's see where it goes. How's it going, Kung Pao?
Hey, Thrayle, it's going well. How are you?
Doing all right.
Thrayle got an interesting predicament ahead of me.
Hey, what's that?
I shared with my uncle that I found faith in Christ, and he is a member of Mensa Christ Ivy League school and studied physics and a firm atheist, right? Found faith, firm atheist, and he's wondering why and stuff like that. And I'm like, I feel so firm. I just wanted to come up and say I am so grateful for your forum because I'll be paying attention a lot over the next couple of weeks before I have before I have my talk.
Just make sure that you're as honest with your answers to him as you are to me. And I don't know, maybe he'll have a more harder hitting question, or you might have just the right answer for him.
Maybe, most likely, I suppose would be as I'm questioned
I will.
and cross-examined.
Yeah. I'll be excited to hear it.
I will. I'm definitely looking forward to bringing it.
So he's going to question you on your Christianity.
Yeah, because my sister's a holy roller, like 100%, and she doesn't like. He said this. Like I told him I'm a modest. I told him I'm a modest Christian with metaphorical belief of the Bible. And he said that's great because anything else is hard to palate down when it's, in other words, like too literal and too forced upon. And he implying that, he doesn't want it forced on his throat and he wants to just question me.
Yeah, I'm really excited for you. I'm excited to see where this goes. I have kind of an inverse situation where I've had several conversations like this with an aunt of mine who is devoutly Catholic.
Okay, great.
Kind of prepared me for this and was able to do it in a way that, we're still very close. So I wish you the best of luck on this.
Thank you. I will use it, and that's all I came up to say, really, and just say hello. And yeah, it'll be an exciting couple weeks.
Well, I look forward to hearing back from you on how it goes, but also I'm glad to see that you're going to be around and that you found us again.
Yeah, I don't know what happened. Too much spring cleaning. I got
how it goes.
2 weeks, and I think I kind of learned where to stay away from and where to hang out.
I understand that.
Yeah.
You think you got it down, and then it'll surprise you down the road. I know that.
Yeah, it sure does.
But I really appreciate you, Kung Pao. I think we're gonna, try to carnival bark us a believer into the box. So.
Absolutely. All right. Thank you for having me up. Sure does. Absolutely. All right. Thank you for having me up.
May not have sounded like it from that exchange if you're not familiar, but we've questioned Kung Pao several times on his beliefs, and we will again, I'm sure. But for now, we are looking to see if anybody with a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that, any new voices out there, can question their beliefs. If that's you, but for anything, their beliefs. If that's you, if you have really anything like that, you're capable of questioning that belief, then go ahead and request on up. I'm not here to debate you or argue. I'm not here to prove you wrong. I just want to know if you can question it, really. And then if you can, we'll get into the what and the why. Question what and the It's another one of those moments where I embrace the silence. It is nice sometimes, Sebastian. Silence. Is it hypnotic, Zewich? You would know a little about that. Is that what I'm doing? Just hypnotizing 83 people into tapping the screen, sharing the live. As we all get lost in the silence between my words. Sharing the live by hitting the crooked little arrow down there and filling it up with all the friends they can, or friends they can, or copying that link, or reposting and even adding to their story, just by letting some silence fall between stinging some. If I am doing that, it seems that it's working. If it was working, then I'd be a fool not to remind everybody that we're halfway through the gift goal. And that all of the gifting, the tapping, the sharing, all the commenting, all of that helps us to fill the seats, so to speak, to bring more believers who might be curious enough or courageous enough to question their beliefs. For the forever, Rosa. Appreciate you. Kat, where have you been? We've had conversations. You've some of them good, a couple of them not great. I get to thank Shell and Danny Grax, also 96 and Shadow Slays for helping with the goal. Appreciate you guys so much. And anybody from a private account, I might have missed it, but I appreciate you too. I'm gonna bet that was maybe a Kung Pao. I'd have to go back and look. Whoever it was, thank you. Oh, that's the wrong number. There we go. Oh, do we actually have a request from one of those believers who believe something that they can question?
No, I don't believe anything today.
Oh, I didn't mean you. I meant the guy
Oh,
behind you.
Whoops.
Hello, hello.
Hello, Graphite. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
31.
Did you say 31?
Yeah.
Or okay. And do you have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that?
I do in different states of consciousness in a sense, but I'm separating that specifically and saying that specifically because I have a degree and continue studying neuroscience with psychology, and I'm saying states of mind because I correlate it with specific thought patterns of having like well, one part of your brain is responsible for thought. One part of your brain is responsible for creating stories around you and assimilating them of like some perspectives of truth or lies, of good and bad and such and everything alike. But I am treating it nevertheless physics experiment nevertheless, and treating all the data that I'm accumulating accordingly.
Do you remember the question that I just asked you?
Yes.
What question were you responding to?
If I believe in a god, well, in a god or a higher power.
And you're saying that you do or don't. I heard you say a whole lot about the brain and you're doing an experiment. Do you believe there's a God or not?
Well, since you asked me this question, if I remember what you had just asked, can you just paraphrase what you do remember so we can start from there?
Okay. Graphite, you said that you're studying neuroscience, right? You're saying that...
I have a degree in it, yes.
Okay. So you have a degree in neuroscience, and you said a whole lot about the brain, but I was waiting for the response to neuroscience. So you said a whole lot about...
Oh, I apologize. I must have not made it clear enough when I said that I believe in it according to different states of consciousness.
So different states of consciousness, or to different states of consciousness. What does that mean?
Well, the thing is, I don't need belief to take a shit. I hope that's not too obscene, like in the conversation. But when I think about things of like origin or where an impulse originate, like causality, that and like in a long term, I do have then a correlation with belief systems, which then result in simplifications of terminology to higher power, a god.
Simplifications of terminology. So you're relating simplification. Yeah, because you're kind of, I'm asking you fairly simple questions, and you're using these very long-winded explanations that aren't actually very clear, and I think you're doing it on purpose, Graphite. But
well, the thing is, I don't usually talk about these things with a lot of people. I just act on them and go along with my beliefs. I don't feel like that's a necessity for me to have to share my beliefs. If they are true, they are true. If they are not true,
why did you request it?
Because, well, what is your belief? Why do you believe? Because I would like to
So you ignored the first question just to share your beliefs.
Can you question your beliefs? What is your belief? To you question being disrespectful?
Can you question your beliefs?
I absolutely do, because of my scientific background, especially. You question do
that you have here. So when I'm asking you, do you believe in a God or God's higher power? And you say yes, in accordance with states of consciousness. And I say, what does that mean? And your response is, really, do you believe in what is that? Really, something about relating your understanding to social, religious paradigms, but not really explaining what the fuck you mean at all.
Well, yeah, because I'm not really accustomed to explaining it. Honestly, do apologize for me being somehow difficult to understand. I completely relate, because it's not.
So do you have a belief in a God or God's higher power or anything like that?
Yes.
And what is your God?
My best attempt to understand it is energy, and, well, the thing that created an impulse before, or is simultaneously is and was and will be, because of like how we express dimensions. And I'm sure you can relate it with like things like Rick and Morty and stuff like that. It's like it's not like I'm just maybe explaining it very badly, but I do believe like in more higher power, in a sense of like higher entities in different dimensions. That's like, for example, occultism, when people believe in, I don't know, Cthulhu or something like that, like a higher being than themselves, which they do happen to worship and do alike, the same as we might be considered to ants. Like, it's just incomprehensible one to the other. And yes, I will repeat for the like fourth time that I do believe. The way that I have been studying it was through equations and the equivalence of like mass and matter, of course, which is as we understand it, it was in. It can be seen as a vibration of it on its own.
Of what?
Yeah, I was about to get that. On its own, just saying energy has very little meaning if we don't. That means the vibration that I mean by that is the expansion of energy. Expansion, meaning that there is an up and there's an down, but in space there isn't such a thing as like obvious up and down. So the vibration itself packaged into very small parts as we.
Which okay, so let's slow down a little.
Yes.
The question was, what is energy? And you remember why I asked that?
Because of the God relation that we are discussing right now, I suppose,
Yeah,
right?
you said it is. The God is energy across dimensions, or something like that.
Well, I personally, as a human being, am confined by my brain and the understanding it can provide me of the world. So the way that I can describe energy, the way that I can describe anything, has to have a certain beginning in the first place. But that is limited by itself. I am trying my very best to look beyond that, because to do actual science, especially in the neuroscience field, I believe that I need to put myself as much as possible outside of the normal cognitive patterns to be able to observe more objectively.
Cognitive patterns, what do you mean by that? Like you need to think differently than other people, or just other neuroscientists, or other, like, who are you needing to be outside of?
Well, that's a thing. That's a question of meaning, where we then go back to then a higher power, and then if you're asking me of other comparison to other neuroscientists, then I'm comparing myself to a field of other humans who define their livelihood by a certain task that they perform under certain parameters, which nevertheless isn't truly in the spirit of science, because yes, it does explore this the same framework to then have again the same results, which creates from a hypothesis a law. But to actually incorporate physics as well as neuroscience and addition of psychology and anything of mystic belief.
Why mystic belief?
Mystic belief such as, for example, chi, such as, for example, yin yang, to what extent...
Why would you include mystic beliefs?
Because it's still holding some form of truth in it, because it doesn't have to be literal. It doesn't even have to be of significant meaning, like in the everyday world, but it does have truth in it, that somebody or even a multitude of people of generations had to process this information and spit it back out.
Why do you?
Which I don't feel like well, I wanted to say that I don't want to. I feel the necessity to, because I wanted to be a neuroscientist since I was a little kid of 10 years old, and it became my anchor. So in a sense, it is like my cross that I carry around me, but just in a spiritual sense, where I have what one can relate to a feeling of a weight on your not necessarily like located on my chest, but I do right now feel it on my chest, of like a feeling that is of that I put myself around on. It's like preventing myself from truly being free by putting confinements on my own soul, on my own being, and then at the same time experiencing the feeling of letting that go. So expressing myself through a form of insanity, experiencing the world through a form of insanity, letting that go, reverting to organized systems, letting those go, and then continually integrating different parts that I come across to then hopefully proven wrong. Because, and now I'm saying hopefully, because I truly believe that a part of the spirit of science is to improve on previous knowledge. That
So
is
the
yes,
question, the
sorry.
question is, why do you want to hold mystic beliefs?
Because I want to accept them as much as a person who believed in them, let's say, for their whole lives, and who holds it true even if presented with otherwise irrefutable facts. Because there are still time constraints to different episodes. Yes.
Back up. You
Yes.
want to hold beliefs like someone who holds them in the face of facts? Is that what you're saying?
I know. This does indeed sound like not the most sound of theories.
I mean, most of what you've been talking about since you got up here was science this and science that. Why would you want to hold a belief in the face of facts?
Well, one part why I actually started the more spiritual journey was because of one of my conclusions that I came across. And I'm not sure if I need to, should, or even want to share them at this point, because like maybe my ego is just telling me, this is some kind of thing that you created. Why should I share it with others without having done enough so far in this regard to prove it to be my own intellectual property? So yeah, why should I share to give out this information, this piece of information?
Okay, Graphite, well, I'm not going to sit here and try to wrangle it out of you, nor am I going to wait through another 5-minute answer for a direct answer to a simple question. So I think I'm going to go ahead and, I don't know, see if somebody actually does have a belief that they are capable of questioning, that they've already decided that they can question, instead of waiting for you to decide.
What percentage of people do you think are just, wanting to be heard or lonely or, something like that?
Tonight, 85.
85%?
At least
Tonight?
of the guests so far.
Do you have any idea how pleasant it is when I'm not looking at my phone because I'm doing something else, and then all of a sudden Rav's voice comes on?
That makes me feel like $1 million. Thanks for saying that.
It is so pleasant. Thank you for just being.
And you?
I've been very abrupt with the monologues and the overtalks and the preaching. I've been very abrupt with them. And even maybe a little abrasive with at least one of them. Maybe didn't deserve it as much as the 2 or 3 before them. Yeah. It's
self-regulation is a value.
Wait, what?
Self-regulation is a value. Like for people to know, like when they're monologuing, and like I think being frustrated with people who are not like engaging in typical social norms of dialogue and succinctness, and I don't know, just like it seems to me like normal human qualities, at least socially acceptable human qualities or something like that.
Mm-hmm. Well, I'm trying to self-regulate.
How many have you done already tonight? I guess it's almost 12:30 already.
Yeah, we've been at this for 3 hours, I think. And at least half a dozen people, if not more. Feels like more. Closer to a dozen.
I'd say like a cool 8 is a good guesstimate. I actually have been here most of the time. I did nap through an energy god.
Did you power nap through the energy god?
Yeah, yes, I did actually. Yep, that's exactly what I did.
I think we have a request, maybe. Nope. Another not a request. Yeah, I've possibly been out of sorts. Might be me. I'll take into consideration that I might be the problem.
You're the problem?
I might be. I might have been impatient with a few guests.
Mm.
I did talk to the Urantia book guy again. That might also be part of what shortened my patience.
Mm.
It's Sebastian's fault. I blame Sebastian for the chili peppers.
The chili peppers.
That's true, Toaster. It has been evidenced by the guests who followed the prompt.
Mm. Guess what today is?
What is
Happy birthday.
Yes!
Happy birthday, Philly.
It's real this time.
Trees are great.
Is it?
Mm-hmm.
Many happy
Happy
returns.
birthday.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
happy birthday, Philly. I was actually just about to come unmute and tell you that I don't know if you heard that thing that I just said to Rab, but it happened again when I heard your voice.
I also immediately looked down, Philly.
I know, I was like, oh, Philly.
Me.
Am I the only one looking at the screen?
Oh, I'm looking at another screen, but I'm looking at a screen. Don't worry.
I'm cooking dinner, so
What's for dinner?
for Toscana.
What is that?
Oh, that sounds delicious. It's an Italian
Yeah.
soup.
Tomato?
No, not tomato.
No, I thought Tuscan was tomato. Is that more noodles and not?
It's like a chicken noodle soup, but way more.
No, it is not either of those things. It's like a sausage potato soup.
Sausage potato. It's delicious. Isn't it?
It's kale.
Kale.
Actually.
Even worse.
I used the kale that I grew for this particular soup, and I like the kale in the soup. I don't know what you're.
I learned recently that kale, broccoli, cauliflower, Brussels sprouts, and cabbage are all the same plant.
Yeah.
So how about that? Take that, evolution. Just kidding. It's like a great example of how evolution works.
Technically, I mean, not the same. They come from the same plant. They came from, evolved from.
I guess my understanding was that they were genetically identical, like that there's no difference, but I could be wrong.
I don't know for sure, but yeah, something like that.
Celia, are you going to wear a fantastic birthday outfit?
I should.
You should. It's very important.
So Thrayle, just a brief check. First of all, Philly, how have you celebrated? What are you doing to make the day set aside?
I'm gonna spend some time with family.
That's great. I hope that's great.
Hmm.
And Philly, you're gonna hear hopefully from some believers in a god, goddesses, higher power, or something like that.
What a wonderful birthday present that would be. If you believe in a god or God's higher power or something like that, would you like to have a friendly, respectful conversation to question your beliefs?
And especially if you believe in goddesses or mermaids in celebration of Billy's birthday.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, we are not a bunch of atheists ready to pounce.
Can I share a lovely positive experience that this live provided?
Sure.
Um, During our trip this past few days, we needed them to work together and sort of self-regulate each other as they went through a theme park, and things they weren't following the rules, and they were being not good to each other. And we proceeded to have a conversation that was pretty much the conversations that we have here, like what is it that you believe happened, sort of thing, and analyzed their decisions and like asked a whole host of clarifying questions. And one of the kids remarked afterwards, like that was the healthiest experience, something along the lines of, this is the healthiest experience I've ever had discussing a punishment. And they thought they were being punished, but they weren't. We were just trying to get to the understanding. And anyway,
Did skills that you have developed here aid you in that interaction with those kids?
I think like I asked questions in a way that I would ask them on this panel, and I think that this panel sort of gives an opportunity to hold a disposition that can be fostered. By taking the emotion out of it and replacing it with curiosity, there's a major opportunity.
Oh, I like that.
Not only did I like that, the kids did too.
And they're gonna remember that going forward. Like,
I think so. It changed the entire disposition. I think you're right.
it's like shaping how they're going to like handle interactions like that for the rest of their lives. Good job, Thrayle. Thrayle, W Rav. W kids.
Let's go.
Hell yeah.
And you can too, if you'd like to question your beliefs.
Yeah, if you're actually capable of questioning your beliefs.
I'm going to be provocative for a moment. Rav just told a story about a group of 8th and 9th graders at an amusement park that successfully did the exercise. So if they can, then you can.
There you go.
Because we all know like 13 through 15-year-olds are the worst.
They do not have prefrontal cortexes. Critical thought is non-existent.
I don't know if that commenter is drunk or quest back up if you'd like to try to question your beliefs again, but if it goes like it did, if you're just going to preach and over talk, then we move on. You should know that by now.
Hello?
Hello? Can you remind me
Yeah, I
your
can
age
ask a
for
question.
TikTok, TOS?
37.
Can you question your beliefs?
Yes.
You said you can answer questions. Do you think that's the same thing?
I can question my beliefs. I can be, rigorous. Put it through the ringer.
What is your best critique of the Urantia book?
As far as like what would be the thing that I think is makes me stay up at night?
If that's how you hear the question.
What do you mean by critique? I don't, because critique can mean different things to different people.
So what does it mean to you?
I could do an overview, like a true review of it. That would be a critique. You can mean like critical, be critical of it. And honestly, I see a few things, but it's not bad. It's hardly bad.
You see a few things.
It's a 2,000 page long book.
It's a 2,000 page long book written by who?
Do we have to go through this again? It's
And
we
you
don't
can
know
only
who
see a
wrote
few
it.
things wrong with it, and you have no idea who wrote it.
We don't know who wrote it. But as far as like blatant, like in the
Does it imply
for example,
eugenics and racism?
let me give you an example.
Does it
in the Bible,
imply eugenics and racism?
that's a criticism of it. I think eugenics is talked about, but eugenics is, you need to define that correctly. It's not bad when it's defined right.
Huh?
Well, there's a thing called new eugenics. You can pick your baby's hairstyle and stuff.
Oh no, new eugenics, you guys. That makes it okay.
Nugenics.
New eugenics is exactly right.
Are you somebody that believes in God?
Here's what happened, guys. Schmittler.
What was that comment you made just to
Schmittler
about not finding holes in your belief?
I want to say something. Schmittler did that and made ruined eugenics after that because of what he did with it. But there's a way to do it. Here's what I think. Not everyone needs to have a kid. It's not good for everyone on the planet that's ever now. It's here now.
Who arbitrates such a? Who would arbitrate such a?
I can't decide who does get to have a kid.
Who
We need
would
to be responsible.
Are you listening? Are you listening?
No, he's not listening. This is why he claimed I was a coward in the comments, because he did this until I dropped him. He doesn't actually listen. He's just here to argue and apparently support eugenics.
Who would be regulating such a thing?
And that's just it. That's why we can't. No one. You really just need to be responsible yourself and say, you just gotta be. Come on, be humble. That's all. Like, do I need to have a kid?
What the fuck is wrong with you?
Can I take care of a child? Am I ready to have a kid right now?
Okay, so what you're saying is you want to invest heavily in education and education for?
Exactly. I'm for responsible reproduction.
Hang on there.
Hang on. Rein it in. Okay, so what I heard you say was that you want to invest in education. And why not just lead with that? Like, why not say, like, I believe that so much of our society could benefit from greater access to education?
Because I had to defend this eugenics thing.
You didn't have to talk about eugenics at all.
Yes, I did. Thrayle brought it up. That was his question.
Well, when he brought up the eugenics thing, why didn't you just say, eugenics really isn't the issue. The issue is that we have a society that isn't invested in raising up all people.
He would have been dodging the question about his book supporting eugenics and racism.
Oh, I see. I see.
So what the fuck is wrong with you?
Can I explain it though? 50,000 years ago, they found the least belligerent people and said, "Yeah, we're going to try to reveal God to these people."
Adam and Eve, who were aliens.
No,
Adam and
that's
Eve
not.
were
That's not
aliens
it.
who
That's not
genetically
wrong.
engineered the ape men. Sorry.
Still more
fuck is
plausible
wrong
than
with
snake with
you?
legs. It's still more plausible than talking snake with legs. So this is what happened. I found out the Bible was not reliable.
Slow down there, Bible baby.
And then I
Philly's
found
got a
this.
question. Stop for a
Yes,
second.
go ahead.
Is that what the book of Urantia says?
Yeah, it's sick, depending on what you mean by sick. Sick to Thrayle and sick to me, but we both mean two different things.
Did you know that snakes? I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Did you know that snakes have vestigial legs? That there are bones that exist in snake bodies.
Oh, don't tell me. So you think that could have happened, possibly, the snake with legs thing?
No, I don't. I'm just telling you that you said something about the unbelievableness of snakes with legs, and
Yeah, that's a good point. That's not
Is
even
a snake with
unbelievable.
legs
It's,
just a
there's
lizard?
literally snake with legs, but I meant the ones that talk. The talking part's the unbelievable part. And then it's not even that. It's the fact that God decides to punish the snake for something it didn't do.
Okay, but
I don't think you're a serious interlocutor. I think that you're trying to.
Oh, he believes it. At least he's.
What do you mean? I'm not a
hasn't
serious
wavered for
interlocutor?
the
You think
last
that
year.
aliens are less believable than your
You
talking
think
snake
Adam
with
and
legs
Eve
Jewish story?
were aliens?
Yeah,
How
this
did,
is.
how did you come to this belief?
Well,
The
it's a long
Urantia book.
story. I don't know. I mean, yeah, the belief about what? But how did I find the Urantia book? Well, I was at the library. No.
Like, why this book?
Well, because why not? The Bible's not true. Anything goes, man. And I'm 26.
Why do you take it serious? Like, why do you believe it though?
Well, that's just it. I started reading. I expected something insane, like, oh yeah, and also there's a snake with legs and whatever, and then it never happened, and then it just never happened. There was nothing crazy that happened.
There
That
was
was like,
nothing insane that happened in that book. Is that what you're saying? You're saying there's nothing
yeah, it was
crazy
just
that happened in the
all
whole book.
it tied up, and plus I was being primed. Like I kind of knew already some of the things. I knew that Jesus didn't fulfill messianic prophecies. I knew there was no virgin birth, and I was already kind of ready.
How old did you say you were? I'm sorry.
Probably 27.
When you found the
all
book?
my stories are, who knows? It was decades.
Like when you found the book, that's how old you were. And in the time since, sorry, my dog just fell off the beanbag chair. In the time since you read it,
I read it 4 times.
and in those 4 read-throughs, do you think that you truly understand, like have you comprehended the entire text? It's what, 2,000 pages long? Like, do you comprehend the entire text?
No, and that's just it. I just put in the forward into ChatGPT and learned whole new things about it. I'm like, wow, how did I not know this about it? So, yeah. But that's
One time
just
I went on.
Imagine if it was the Bible.
Hang on
Say
there,
it was the
Bible baby.
Bible.
Nope, we're not asking
And the
for you to just. We're not asking for you to just add sermon on top. And
I'm not going
reason
to
on
add
top.
something.
She was about to ask another
Oh,
question.
go ahead. All right.
Right.
Okay. All right. Fine.
One time I went on a first date with a guy, and for 90 minutes he talked about this book. Nothing but this book. Do you think there was a second date?
Do you think that is this a joke or like a fake
No,
story?
this is a real story.
Are you talking about this book, the Rancho book?
This book, yes, this book.
Can I get his number?
I don't have it anymore, but my point, the point that I'm trying to make is like he sounded crazy, which is why there was no second date.
Well, yeah, that's just it. Go ahead with your question. I want to respond though.
No, go ahead. I was just trying to make a point about like the way this like when you come and talk about like the. I've never heard somebody talk about this and not sound crazy.
Respect for you because I didn't. It took me a few years to ever read it. Once I found out about it, and but it was just like, hey, I kept maybe thinking about it because But anyway, yeah, it's crazy. I mean, I'm saying Urantia, that's the name of our planet, so. It's very extraordinary times, but we know it's not the Bible. So what else do we have to lose? We don't have anything to lose.
Is this?
We know it's not
like
atheism.
okay. Is this like a dogmatic belief? Like this seems kind of Is this a dogmatic?
Yeah, he can't question it at all, which is why we moved on before. He's just up here to sermonize.
I wonder what about this book like makes people dogmatic about it, because that guy was super dogmatic about it too.
Yeah. So Bible baby, can you be wrong at all? Is it possible at all in your mind that the Urantia book could be a fiction written by a lunatic?
I definitely could be wrong.
Or even just a farce written by somebody who was trying to be silly with
what?
Tying the Bible to misunderstood science.
Wait, what are you talking about? Well, I mean, that's your position. I could be
saying,
wrong,
could
sure,
it be?
but what's a better alternative? I don't.
Could it have been intended as a farce?
I sure it could have been, but once you read it, you're just saying, I don't see why create this universe, like a fan fiction universe, and go through all this detail and just read the forward. I challenge you to read the forward and say, well, by the way, the later books aren't as hard as the forward. So
what is it called? Rancho Verde?
Hidden Valley Rancho.
I'm not into eugenics, so I don't.
To your toolbox or not. At the end of the day, I get to have the truth. I get to sit here
La Araña?
on my property and have the truth and sip my water. I'm not drunk.
May I ask a question?
Yeah.
I'm curious why you're making the comparison to the Bible?
Who, me?
Yeah.
Well, because I'm saying, like, look, what are the options on the market? We have the Quran, which I read this summer. We have the Bible. I've read the Bible. I read the New Testament several times, also. But what do you want me to do? I found a book and I was like, this makes sense, and I just believed it. I don't know. Of course, it took a while, and I was like, but how? But you got to ask. I got to ask myself what you think, Thrayle. I got to ask myself what Thrayle thinks. Why? And if I could choose to believe the Urantia book, because obviously, what? Then how can is it possible for you to choose your beliefs? In a way, or at least partially choose it. It's crazy. I'm not totally insane, but I'm choosing to believe this book.
Could you choose not to believe it?
But it actually makes sense. I don't know. I think I could possibly bury my head in the sand.
So I guess I want to understand, like, what is it that makes sense, and what is the book about? I don't know anything about it. I'm hearing about it for the first time. I'm reading the foreword. So far, I've read 6 paragraphs, and it has said literally nothing. I've read 6 paragraphs, and it's not said anything. So I'm wondering.
It's not said anything that you can comprehend, right?
That's not what I said. What I said was it has not said anything of substance. And so there's somebody who is an open-minded. I studied comparative religion, and I focused in new religious movements. You're talking about my bread and butter. Like this is like what I yearn to learn about.
Is this your first time hearing about the book?
First time. I am a blank.
Oh, it's 2,000 pages long. So it's almost like, what would someone say if someone came up and said, "Hey, what's the Bible about?" And then I'm gonna have to give understand that would be a lecture. That'd be like 9 lectures.
No, I could give you what the Bible's about.
Well, it's really not even that, because the Bible is a bunch of different authors.
The Bible is redacted.
I'll tell you what it's about.
It tells a specific story. Great, please.
I'll tell you what it's about. Yeah. It starts out like a systematic theology book. And I don't know if you know what that is, but I was given one when I was 18, and it just starts out, what is God? What is God? And it starts out with the basic question, and then what is what is the grand universe? And it just makes its way out. It tells us what reality actually is, all the way to where we're at. It talks 5% of it, 35% is all about Jesus, written by supposed eyewitness midwayer, and a midwayer is like a degree above us as far as they're like the lowest angel, I guess. I don't know how to say it. That's not
They're
right.
angels, or are they Michaels?
It's not. They're not. Think of angel as one type of fish in a sea of different type of words, celestial beings.
What's a Michael? What's a Michael? What's a Michael?
That's getting too. A Michael is a creator son.
Interesting. And what does Michael mean? Why use that word?
I think they wanted to tie it back to a lot of our. What it is that Christianity sort of built or Jesus sort of foundation, and possibly the Michael Archangel tradition comes from some pronunciation of Michael. Possibly the writers of the Urantia book wanted to say, like, they'll understand Michael the Archangel concept, so we'll just use the word Michael.
Okay, you've just introduced this idea of Michael, and clearly it has a meaning. It comes from Hebrew. Why are they using this term?
I just answered you. Do you want me to repeat it? So possibly 2 reasons. One, because we understand the Archangel Michael concept, and in our culture would immediately recognize that. Or the Michael has some sort of, it is a powerful name that the Archangel legend or myth was based on, right?
Okay, great. Okay, nice to have a few options to choose from. Let's say it's based. Which one do you think is most plausible for?
I think it's legit. I think that as far you want me to try to draw the connection between Michael, is that your question? The connection between the Michael legend and the Michael why
Again,
it's called?
I'm gonna repeat myself one more time. Just, I have never heard of this before.
Yeah.
I am deeply
Well, I'm
interested
going to
in new
answer your
religious
question. No, you don't
movements.
have to repeat your. I don't know why they. I don't know. His name could literally be Michael, the Michael creator son. That's what they refer to him as.
And
But there's
but like,
multiple Michaels. There are hundreds of thousands of them.
does it? Okay. So there's hundreds of thousands of people like God,
They're creator sons.
like God.
No,
They're not like God.
they're they're like God in the sense. You're right. They are like God. For all intents and purposes, they have all the powers of God, and they have their quote own universe, quote unquote, which is just imagine a galaxy. Think of it there's galaxies, I guess, instead of universe.
Okay.
And they have their own they create their own angels to rule their own universe.
Is this like the Avengers where they have different power levels?
I wish. No, it's not. I don't know. Well, they have to go through 7 bestowals, though. That's where you get your Jesus. That's where you get the guy becoming Jesus, the angel becoming Jesus.
What's a
because
bestowal? What does that mean? What is that word?
All right, okay. So let me break it down. So you have Michael, the creator son, our creator son. He creates his universe with his angels and stuff. Now, let's say that he creates like 20 different angels. This is just an example. Now, he has on his 7 bestowals, he'll become like 6 of those angels. Now, in his 7th bestowal, he becomes like a man, mortal flesh. And once he does that, he becomes universe sovereign because he's completed all 7 bestowals. Do you understand what I mean by becoming the first 6 types of angels? He wants to know what it's like within his own universe to become like the type of angel that will oversee evolution, the type of angel that does this job, the type of and actually I just said that to simplify it. It gets slightly more complicated because he goes as an ascending mortal, which would be your next step after in the afterlife. So he knows what that's like. He goes through his own sort of the ascension scheme, and he tastes it all, and then he becomes a man on his final bestowal. And he didn't have to pass away. We could have had 100 years of Jesus,
I got a
but
question
they
for you.
insisted on
Thank you.
unaliving
Appreciate
him.
it.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Yeah, I got a question for you. What is the goal and outcome of the belief structure? And I'm going to ask a follow-up question that clarifies more what I'm saying. So the original question is, what is the goal and outcome of the belief structure? And so, do you think the goal is to use a metaphorical framework to describe what it is to exist? Do you think that these things exist in reality and they're corporeal? Do you think that these things are
Hold on,
ancient?
you're gonna have to slow down a minute.
Sure. I'll ask
Because
you.
by goal, it's not the goal is the book itself. The book itself
So the goal was to
is a
write the book.
revelation.
Yeah, great. I was just going to say, to reveal some truth about the universe. Now, do you think that this is metaphor? Do you think that this is analogy? Do you think that this is like corporeal, like truly that this exists and you
No,
can
I
reach
think
it?
it's time for that or over with, and it's just the frank truth. If this isn't the frank truth, I mean, I would probably go back to thinking, who
What do you
knows
mean by
what
frank
Jesus
truth?
was a
What
symbolic.
does that mean? What does it mean, frank? What does it mean, frank truth? Because like I'm sitting here in a hotel room. The frank truth to me is this hotel room.
Well, it cuts to the
exists.
superstition. That's what
Is
to
it
answer your
physical?
question. It cuts through all the superstitious. There's no mythology. There's no. It's just, hey, this is it. This is what's actually happening.
I've heard nothing but mythology. That's all I've heard is mythological ideas that are being superimposed on reality.
What do you mean? From the Urantia book?
Yeah, that's what you're
Okay, like
describing
what?
to me sounds like mythology. That
Like what?
there are Michaels that oversee universes, and that there are angels
Okay,
underneath.
hold on. Are you an atheist?
No, I'm
Okay.
not. But it's irrelevant what I believe. What I'm telling you, what I hear sounds like mythology.
So, do you believe God created beings before he created human beings?
I, I, wait, what do you mean by that?
Do you believe in angels?
What's an angel?
I'm just asking a simple question. Do you
No,
believe that?
What he
not
believes doesn't make any difference,
exactly.
Bible baby, to
Well,
you
it does.
examining. Stop talking over me. This is why you left last time. Doesn't make any difference to you being capable of questioning your beliefs. So stop trying to turn the questions and answer the ones presented to
Right.
you.
Well,
And before
yeah.
you start talking again, I'm going to take a moment to thank Philly Red, Shell, Danny Grax, also Jace, Buttons, and 96 for helping with that goal. Appreciate you guys so much. Thank you.
Yeah, so the reason why I'm asking Thrayle is he believes in angels. What's mythological about angels? If we believe in God, it's perfectly
I think that
plausible
angels are
to believe that
mythological.
God would create angels. So what else sounds mythological about the Urantia book?
Angels are mythological. They're a way to express.
Okay.
Yeah, they're a way for a people.
Well, and by the way, the Urantia book does not call them angels at all. Well, there are a type called.
I went ahead and muted you so Rav could actually finish a fucking sentence. Why don't you wake up and listen?
Thank you. I got to tell you, man. Like, I feel like I'm being pretty generous, especially since like you're espousing something that is brand new for somebody. So like, if you're
Yeah.
trying to convince me that this is like worthwhile to look into, you're doing a pretty crummy job. I got to be honest. Like I'm telling you over
Rav,
and
look,
over
you're
again
saying
that I'm interested in trying to understand what you're talking about, and you're so aggressive, and you're so you're like a bull in a china shop. Like you got to slow down. Like I'm genuinely curious, and you're just being like it's impossible to talk to you. Like I hope you know that.
All right, so let me ask you
Are
something.
you
That gets
drunk
back
or
on
just
track.
naturally belligerent?
No, I just want to get us back on track. So,
Are you
myth.
drunk
You
or
said
just
you said the
naturally
angels
belligerent?
sound like mythology. All right, so you believe in.
Are you drunk?
So, no, I'm not. So you also believe in angels. So what's
I didn't say that. I said that you're not. You're really
You didn't
not
say
even
that, and you're
tracking.
not listening. You're just bulldozing. You're absolutely ignoring everything people are saying. This is a crash out. If you'd actually like to be able to stay, well, you're going to have to actually demonstrate that you can question your beliefs. And so far, you've avoided nearly every question that doesn't just require an informative response based on your book.
Oh, that's fine if you think it's a mythology. What was your other point to that?
Okay, great. So it is conceivably a mythology. And like what then, if a mythology typically is a metaphor for expressing the mythos of a people, presumably what you're telling me is that this is a universalistic uh, mythology. In other words, that it applies to all people. What is the value statement? What is the value added by gaining a deeper understanding of this text?
If it's not literal, it has no meaning. It has
That's
no
helpful.
value.
No, that's helpful. Thank you. That's very helpful. I think I'm done. Thank you. Because that means you
Okay.
can't question it. If you think that it's literal and you um, uh, if you think that it's literal and that it's not literary, that means that it's unquestionable for you, and that
Okay, you're done. Throw anybody else want to talk to me? Or are
He
we
was
all
still
done?
talking. Did you hear what he said, Bible baby? Do you have any
Yeah, at the
response
end,
to
yeah.
what he said? Did you have
No,
any
he said he was
response?
done.
Did you have any response to the other part of what he said, though? Or did you just ignore him?
Just, I mean, that just says that you can question it, but no, it's just I take the just to be literally. I explained it's not a mythological,
A little
religious,
mocking in there. That was
symbolic.
good.
Yeah, it's not a symbolic little text. I mean, so
we're resorting to disrespect now.
I'm done with your faggot ass, Thrayle. That's what I think.
Well, that's
Because
a
I
good
think
way
you're
to
a
get
bitch.
yourself
I think you're a
banned
weak ass
forever.
man that hides
You're
out
never
in his
gonna
little
be in
Kentucky
here
trailer
again.
park or whatever.
That's fascinating.
And
you can fuck off, you weird, phobic, bigot.
Yeah, that
Tell you
was
what book
that
I
was
won't be
gross.
reading. I like to read too, you know. Like that's.
I was just about to throw up a poll. He was going to have 5 more minutes to be a moron, but that's fine. He can go be a moron somewhere else. After throwing slurs out on a TikTok live.
Okay, he did, right?
He
I
threw
thought
out,
yes.
Yeah.
The past couple days, and I am in my jammies, so if you want to let me down, that would be cool. Happy birthday, Philly. I'll talk to you later.
Thanks, Kat.
Appreciate you,
Wow.
Kat. Get some sleep. Yeah, I'm going to remember that anytime I see him anywhere else. It was just that he was you know, closeted racist who supported a eugenics Bible. But, you know, now he's all of those things too. Well, at least on my panel, he was keeping it in the closet. But appreciate you, Jay, Six, and Kung Pao. You guys are awesome. Thank you so much for helping with the goal. And we do have a new guest joining us. Adversary, can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Oh, I'm 41. I've been on your show before. You guys are awesome.
You're 41. Do you have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that?
Oh, absolutely. I believe in the Bible. I'm a Christian.
Okay, and so does that mean that you're being sarcastic and you don't?
No. It sounded sarcastic. I just wanted to do it just to see if I'd get a laugh. But to be honest, I actually really am a Christian. I'm well know what I'm about to come into too. So I'm ready.
Have you read your Bible from beginning to end?
Yes, I have. Do I practice obedience? I used to really hardcore practice obedience.
Fascinating. I didn't ask that question at all.
Yes.
Do you believe all the stories like 6-day creation, Adam and Eve as the first humans, those are literal stories?
Yeah, yes.
Why do you believe those stories?
Those are good stories, you know. I will say they are good stories. And but we can talk about other parts of the Bible than just Genesis.
Why do you believe Genesis 1 and 2 are true is what I'm asking.
That would be my personal opinion, that I believe them. Not necessarily they would be your opinion. They're just
Fascinating. I thought you said you'd watched this live before. Why do you believe those stories to be true?
I believe that they're true because I feel that they're true.
Can you explain that a little bit more? What does
Okay,
that
I'm an artist, so I kind of run on a lot of emotion. I'm a very emotional artist. So anything that I feel, I sense it. So my senses kind of give me validation personally.
Your senses, is that the same as your emotions?
Yes. Yeah. Let's just say yes.
What senses tell you that this is true specifically?
My perception.
What kind of perception?
Oh,
Sorry, I don't know what that means.
my mind.
Your mind.
Or we can say heart. We can say both my mind and my heart. Let's go on that. So biologically it would be my heart, and psychologically it would be my mind.
How does your heart perceive anything?
The way it feels. The way it feels. So the way my heart feels would send a sense throughout my body, and then I would trust my heart, and I would have to logically think about it, so it would be psychological also. So it's kind of and then I would have to put it through another test. I guess it would be a discernment, if it would be reasonable, scriptural, and factual. And then another thing too, I think it's providential. I'm not sure.
Reasonable, scriptural, factual, and providential.
If I sense it's right, like if I sense it's right in my heart, but only for my perception though.
So if you sense that it is right, how do you then test whether it is reasonable?
Okay. If let's see, are we only talking about just the Bible though?
Sure, that's where we started, right?
Yes. And I was just seeing if you were paying attention. Cool.
What?
I knew you'd get a laugh out of that. All right. So all right, back to ground zero. Can you repeat what you did so I can go back on
You
track?
weren't paying attention, is what? Yeah, exactly. Okay, so you weren't paying attention.
Yeah.
Your own
I
conversation.
was
You're rambling to the point.
No,
that
I
you-
wasn't
that we
rambling.
didn't-
I wasn't rambling. I'm paying attention too, but I'm just trying to see where I'm at too, because sometimes I lose the sense of self when I'm trying to be outside myself in a different perception of angle.
I have a growing list of questions.
Yeah, I know you do now.
But I don't want to interrupt Philly Red.
Go ahead, Shadow.
Is it possible that when you feel something is true, that it's not actually true?
That is possible. I can agree to that. I definitely can agree to that. Maybe it could be a test or a trial that I have to personally go through, and then I find out that it's not true, or I disagree with it. Yeah, I could jump onto that.
What is it that you're questioning here? What belief is it that you're questioning here?
I'm not questioning any belief.
Oh.
So the topic of the live is, can you question your belief? Is that something you're capable of? Okay, goodbye. Okay, doesn't matter.
That was amazing. Was it as good for you as it was for me? Oh my God, what the hell?
If you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that, and you are able to question your belief, please request up. We're not here to debate you or argue with you or make you look like a fool. Although sometimes that does happen. That's not our intention. We just want to know if you can question your belief. And if so, what is it and why? Why do you believe it? And if you don't have a belief in a god or gods, or you're incapable of questioning your belief, your God belief, please share the live, like the live, contribute to Thrayle's gift goal, do all the things that we need to do to get the live out to the FYP and to get some believers in here to have some good faith conversation. And yes, at least he wasn't explicitly racist. Yes, Toaster. The bar is on the ground.
Not explicitly, but I mean, there were some things that were said that were just implicitly problematic. Of course, as soon as I say it, I'm like blanking on what exactly I remember, just because I'm so jarred by the fact he's like, "Oh, I'm not here to question my beliefs."
I saw him again in the chat. If you're able to question your belief, please request back up.
Maybe a round two with a little more open perspective.
When I was a faithful Christian, I truly believed that Jesus was the truth. And so
Oh, I'd love to question you a little.
go for it, Shadow.
Okay.
Finish my thought.
I totally interrupted. Yeah, I'm sorry. Go
10
ahead.
seconds. I believe that Jesus was the way, the truth, and because Jesus was the truth, any honest search for truth would lead to Jesus, and therefore questioning my belief was not a threat. But I'm not sure that if you think that way, request up. Go ahead, Shadow.
Thank you. And happy birthday, by the way. Of course.
I'm old.
It's well. I mean, it's just a few questions, right? Like just out of curiosity. Did you believe 100% that God was real? Like at the time.
Yes. Like I centered my entire life around my belief in God. I was a
Oh, you were a Christian pastor. Wow.
Mhm.
Interesting. When you were like kind of beginning to maybe question things, what was something about the Bible or your belief system or the culture you were in that you began to disagree with?
What was when I started?
Questioning things like you're about to maybe like not believe anymore, like, like in the process of deconstructing, like what was something that was like you really started to disagree with?
I was honestly questioning things from preteen childhood. And I headed to heaven to be like, this doesn't make sense. Can you help me understand now? But I think that one thing that really started niggling at me was the misogyny that I saw in the Bible. And I didn't understand why God, if God truly is genderless and representative of male and female, why God wasn't more feminine in the scriptures. I was at a stage, I got to a stage where I used to thank God for choosing to demonstrate God's through Father, Son, and Holy Spirit, because when I was struggling to connect with the Father imagery and Jesus, the man imagery, I could at least still connect with God relationally, with the Holy Ghost, with the Holy Spirit, because it felt like there was more feminine analogies associated with the Holy Spirit. But that was an issue for me.
Intriguing. That's intriguing. So
April
that
asked.
really.
Go ahead.
No. I'd like to hear what April had to say.
April asked in the chat, what was my, and I've lost it now. What was my aha moment? I think one of the major aha moments for me was learning about abuse and choosing to intentionally focus on people's actions and observing that rather than listening to their words. And when I started, instead of believing the words that the Bible said about God, God is love, as I had held on to, and started looking at the actions of God, I didn't see loving actions. I saw abusive actions, and that made me start to question up a whole can of worms and started questioning a lot of different things.
Yeah, that's.
Welcome back, Thrayle.
This is what happens when I go.
Started questioning.
This is Saint Philly indulging in being questioned.
Well,
Up as I
You
Saint Philly. I have some questions for you, if you don't mind. And my first thought was, do you think Philly minds being questioned? When was that ever happened?
It can be challenging, but it's one of my favorite things, Thrayle.
I know. Happy birthday.
Sheikh Zulu asks, as a woman pastor, Sheikh is curious to know how I wrestled with Paul's teachings. And honestly, I viewed them as writings inspired by God from a particular person to a particular group of people in a particular context and culture for a particular situation at that time.
I'm remembering a Tim Minchin song.
I don't know which one you're referencing.
It's called Thank You, God. He's got a whole line about a particular God in a particular place.
I've heard that particular like rationalization before. That particular rationalization before. But yeah. I think it's probably like common to say in Christian culture to, I guess, to like make it look better than what it is.
I think from a young age, I was taught to consider what was the historical context, what was the author trying to convey, and why were they trying to convey it.
Hello?
We're still here, Rav.
I just
You're
heard a
still here,
question.
Rav.
Yeah. Well, no, I heard Billy ask a question, but I wasn't hearing a response.
I was not
was it
asking a question. I was making a statement on
Oh,
the
interesting. I heard it
Batcolyte
as a question.
panel.
She was answering a question. But I do need to really quick thank Philly Red, also Danny Grax, Shell, 7 Lemons, Jace, and 96 for helping with that goal. Appreciate you guys. It was a statement. Shadow, did you have a follow-up to that?
No, not particularly. I think it was a good statement. And like, thank you, Philly, for allowing me to question you. Appreciate it.
I appreciate it.
Is today a Saturday, Philly?
There have been moments today.
Really?
Yeah. There have been
The woo-woo is strong with this.
it can be strong.
I think it's got to be substance induced.
No substances today.
I think it's that anybody's admitted to. You talking about yourself?
Yeah, I used a sort of inside joke to ask. I said, is today Saturday?
I'm 0 for 2 in the last 45 seconds.
That's okay. That's okay.
That's
Rav.
okay, Rav. Yeah, you gotta explain it, not leave people in the dark.
No, we're just gonna leave it. We're just gonna leave it in the dark. Some questions need to be asked before they're answered. So do you, well, so the Saturday thing, I was essentially asking, do you have any little bit of God belief today? Because I've asked you before if you have a belief in a God or God's higher power or anything like that, and you said, only on Saturdays.
I think you're the one that made that
Okay,
one day a
sometimes maybe
week.
I said it. Is it like Saturdays?
Because I certainly have felt like there are times when I believe and many times when I don't believe.
I
And
think I alluded to one day a week, and you said it would be Saturday,
I think you decided that it would be
Tuesday.
Tuesday,
I
and
always go for
that didn't
Tuesday
work for
because of
me.
Soylent
No.
Green. Yeah. Tuesday's easy because it's Soylent Green Day. That goes even deeper. I'm really old. That's what I'm noticing.
Good self-awareness, Grandpa Thrayle.
Mm-hmm. People are like, that must be a holiday. TOS.
I'm over 18.
How far over?
Well over.
Like in the next decade or a couple of decades later? Could you give me like rough
Decade.
So you're in your 20s.
Decade.
You're in your 30s.
Decade.
Okay. Is there a reason why you won't give your age?
I mean, I'm over 18.
Right, but if you're not going to be direct with answers, it's already kind of setting the stage for what's clearly going to be a circuitous and contentious conversation I'd rather not have. So is there a reason why
I
you
wouldn't
won't
want to be
give your age?
contentious.
Mm-hmm. Like, is there a reason you won't give your age?
It's TikTok to live.
Does anybody have any questions for this guest? I'm already done.
I don't mind. Naomi, do you believe in a God?
I believe in a God, yes.
Which God do you believe in?
The great God.
Does the great God have a religious book that people know this God by?
He has writings, yes.
What are the writings?
There are multiple, so many.
Can you name some of them?
Some of them include the New Testament, the Old Testament, and other writings.
Would people call this the Christian God?
Some people can call it the Christian God.
Do you call it the Christian God?
I can call it the Christian God.
I'm not psychic, I promise.
Just a little bit, though. Just a little bit, Thrayle. It feels a little bit, Naomi, like pulling teeth, trying to understand where you're coming from. Was that intentional?
No, this is just who I am.
Contentious and circuitous.
I wouldn't say contentious, no.
What's the goal of, like, what is the belief that we're supposed to be interested in?
So what I came up because of the prompt, the background that says, can you question your beliefs? And we do that all the time in life, even outside of the belief of God.
What's the belief that you're questioning?
For example, for a long time, I believed that Pluto was a planet. But then, with further information, and I figured out that maybe that it's not quite a planet, that it is something else. And, with new information, you kind of
Do you think that we're
understand things
focused
differently.
on anything other than theology?
You're questioning Pluto?
It's just an example.
Sure. Do you think that we're questioning anything other than theology on this panel?
Oh, I don't know. It doesn't specify.
Well, the invitation was...
It says, can you question your beliefs?
And
it doesn't say anything about a God.
Okay, Naomi, if you look above you...
from you.
Oh, on the board? I was going by the prompt on the host.
Okay, so you don't. The host
So there are
puts the
two
board
different
out.
prompts. Those are two
The
different
host,
questions.
the
You know?
host puts the board up. You know that, right?
Yeah, but there are two different. There's actually multiple
Naomi,
questions.
you're even being contentious now. You really are just
Why?
contentious and circuitous.
Am I not being truthful?
You're boring. And annoying. That's truthful.
Have you considered Pluto?
It's not about truth irritating people, Naomi. It's about you irritating people.
Attitude is annoying.
It is entirely you. It's a you problem. You should probably question that. Too many chili peppers, Sebastian.
I don't like contrarians that do it on purpose.
Yes, you do. It wasn't even contrarian. It was purely just meant to be vague and argumentative. That was entirely her goal.
Just like intentionally, gross. Blech.
Are you sure you're not psychic, Thrayle?
I'm telling you, the longer people spend on this panel, it's precognition, man.
Could it be pattern recognition?
Yes, obviously.
Hello, old lion. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
I'm 1/2 century years. What's with the Pete Steele affect? You're not Pete Steele, bro. Just let's use our voice. Our normal.
I am using my voice. Are you ready to use yours?
Now I am. Yeah. Let's go.
Okay, great. So do you have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that?
Indeed. I mean, no, actually, I have no belief system. I reject belief. I need empirical understanding. And I understand that.
What does belief mean?
Belief is like hoping, like fingers crossed, that Santa Claus is going to come down the chimney one day.
Where did you get that definition of belief?
Because it's systematic. Because when you're told that Santa Claus is
it's systematic.
When you're told as a child that Santa Claus is going to come down the chimney,
what is systematic about the definition of belief being Santa Claus
you have that
coming
belief
down the
system.
chimney?
You think on every December 24th Eve that Santa brings his fat booty down your chimney, right? Because that is a system that is in place.
So that's what the word belief means to you.
When you grow up, you have.
This is what the word means to you. When you say belief, it means
so
Santa
like my
Claus
dad, for
goes down the
example,
chimney.
is busy putting a seat on a Schwinn.
Can you tell me what the word belief means?
Yeah, I mean, I can define it. I think we all know what belief.
Well, it doesn't sound like it. I'd like to make sure we're using the same.
Yeah, well,
word here, because otherwise we'll just be talking past each other like
it is erroneously perhaps or accurately an understanding or a hope for a situation, right, or event.
Say it again. Erroneous. I'm sorry. I'm asking you to back up and say it again, but you're just saying it over and over, like you're just continuing on.
For example, I can
Can
tell
you
you.
Back up. Stop.
I believe.
Stop.
No, because
Stop.
Shut the fuck up.
Shut the fuck up. Stop talking over me. Stop. Stop. I said stop. Do you know what consent is? I've revoked it. Fuck off. gross.
It really does show it just puts on display this disrespect for consent. It's scary, that kind of interaction.
Oh, and now we're being homophobic. Interesting.
W mods in the chat. And a well-timed comment from Braden Timothy.
Hello.
Hello,
Good morning.
Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
I am 21 years old.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
I am a practicing Buddhist, so I'm more so... I hold to greater spirits, but not much more than, like, that.
So, what do you mean by spirit? What is that?
Essentially, I believe in the best way I can put it is essentially the essence or character of previous Budai, holding a power and influence that you can learn from and understand.
Sorry, an essence of previous Buddha, people who were practitioners.
Yes, these
have essences that you would call spirits.
yes, I would say for the most part they are the ones who hang around and enable us to learn and teach.
Nothing else hangs around.
No, of course not.
How do they hang around? What does that mean?
The best way I can put it is their message, their teachings, and the embodiment of what they are is able to be understood and be carried in a way that enables the being or essence or character. I'm not 100% sure the best way to phrase it, but it enables their spirit is the word that I'm going to use. It enables their spirit of sorts to be carried and to be understood and brought.
So, I'm sorry, their essence, which is their spirit, is carried by what?
By the practitioners of Buddhism and anyone who seeks to learn from them.
So by someone else who practices Buddhism, they carry the essence of the teacher that somehow lingers after they pass.
Of course.
How does this essence linger? What does that mean?
I wouldn't necessarily say that they have any physical presence or any interaction with the physical environment. More so, it is like when you sit and you meditate on their teachings and you meditate on the words of the word is for community here is for community in Buddhism is Sangha, when you sit and meditate in the Sangha and with the Sangha, you gain these feelings, these presences, as if past Buddhai were sitting there with you, communing with you, and helping you understand as well.
So you're saying that the way that their essence lingers is because people now who practice their teachings imagine them.
More so carry their being.
What do you mean carry their being? What does that mean?
By practicing as they have practiced and teaching as if they were taught.
So if I practice the teachings of the person who taught me how to play guitar, am I carrying their being?
If every time you sit and you play your guitar, you have them there with you,
What do you mean have them there with you? What does that mean?
It's a feeling. It is a presence there with you. I wouldn't say, like, I'm a pragmatic atheist in most regards, but when it comes to the spiritual, I do understand a lot of it is just personal feeling and connection.
So is that what this is? You're saying that the spirits are just a perception of your own feelings about your teachings?
It is a perception of your spiritual understanding.
What does spiritual mean?
Spiritual as in...
The spiritual understanding that you're talking about here.
Understanding... Well, I would say, but the better word would be religious understanding, because spirit has a lot of...
Okay, so just to back up before we go down another rabbit hole, do the spirits that you're imagining of former teachers do these spirits actually exist around you, or is this a way to think about your own feelings?
I believe they actually exist, yes.
What does it mean for them to actually exist? You said they don't.
I believe that their presence actually is there.
What does that mean?
That these past teachers are sitting and meditating with you.
In what way are they actually there?
Presence.
What does that mean?
That they're not physically there, but they are there in teaching, and they're in guidance, and they're in feeling.
So they're not physically there, they're there in teaching because you learned their teachings. They're there in guidance because their teachings guide you. They're there in feelings because you have feelings. So they're not actually there, they're there because you perceive those aspects to be there.
That's a good way to put it, yes.
I don't know if I already did or not, but I'm going to make sure that I do it. So thank you, Enki Bubs, Jace, Morgan Le Fay, and 96 for helping with the goal. I appreciate you guys so much. Yeah, I don't have any more questions right now.
Yeah, okay, I have a question for you then, my friend.
I'm sorry, I was saying that to the other panelists in case somebody else had a question.
Not right now, thank you.
Do you question your beliefs?
Of course I do. I question it every day.
What does
That
that
is the
mean?
nature of Buddhism.
What does it mean to question your beliefs?
To analyze why I believe them, what it is doing, what it means, what the teachings imply, and how best they can be understood.
So questioning to you is questioning how to be better at it.
What it means, what it implies, why I believe it.
Can it be wrong?
Absolutely.
What makes this the best choice?
The effects it has on you as a person and your environment through that.
On who as a person?
I'm sorry, please narrow that definition a little bit more.
Okay, bet. Buddhism is good because it creates a better environment and it creates a better... I'm going to use words that we wouldn't typically use within Buddhism, because we don't... In Buddhism, one of the fundamental things is that we reject the self. We reject the idea that there is a you. But I'm going to use words like you and me and things like that, even if we don't necessarily believe in those. We say you are an aggregate of characteristics. So that you, that aggregate, can be purified and understood through Buddhism. And it leads to peace, and it leads to joy of yourself and others.
I'm still not sure you're answering the question that I asked. Why do you choose Buddhism?
Because it brings peace and joy to myself and others.
Okay, thank you. I have no further questions.
You say it brings peace and joy to yourself and others. Does it always bring peace and joy?
Always. Definitely.
There's never any time that Buddhism doesn't bring peace or joy.
It is the inevitability of Buddhism. There are moments you struggle, but that struggle is from understanding things
Do
and
you understand how
understanding
that
struggle
sounds?
is.
It is the inevitability of Buddhism.
Yes, it is what happens.
Fascinating. Philly, did you have a question there?
I was just seeking to clarify. The inevitability of Buddhism is... Can you finish that sentence?
Peace and joy. The end goal is enlightenment and nirvana, but in that you find peace, you find joy.
I'm thinking of examples where there is not peace and joy. Particularly with Buddhist monks. And I don't know how to say it on a live panel.
Use an abbreviation, my friend.
I'm thinking, I know there's a formal word for it, but I can't recall it. But about
self-immolation.
That's the word. Thank you. Self-immolation.
Oh, are you talking about the Vietnamese monk who on?
I'm thinking of many past examples of Buddhist monks.
There's one.
Yes, but the most famous example, the one that has the big photo that many people are thinking of the monk meditating while he's on fire, You'll notice that every single one of these cases of self-immolation, the monk who is doing so, he is completely at peace with it. He is sitting there, a lot of them are smiling, a lot of them are content, a lot of them are just peaceful with what is going on, because we understand that pain, that the ceasement of your physical body is not the ceasement of your traits. It's not the ceasement of your attributes. Pain is. It can be attachment. It can be suffering, but pain is also something you can learn from and guide others and use to teach others, not by inflicting it, but by helping them understand from their pain.
How do you justify a person who inflicts no pain but only receives pain in return?
Could you clarify?
What part of that needs clarification for you?
I'm trying to understand what you mean by pain, necessarily.
So pain can be physical, emotional, mental, right?
Yes, but suffering is the core of Buddhism, understanding suffering and the alleviation of it. However, we don't consider pain to be suffering in the same sense as, like, they are the same word, just synonyms. Instead, we consider suffering to be the nature of desire, actually, has an attachment to not being in pain. Everyone doesn't want to be in pain until they understand that pain is an inevitability, and that when pain arises, you must accept it, and you must know, because you have not been in pain before, you will not be in pain again, and to accept it, and to enjoy the pain, and to be inspired by it, to alleviate others,
This is getting
to
really fucking
help
gross.
others.
Does
This
anybody
is
actually
very
want to talk to this
preachy.
cultist? You're not
I'm not.
actually expressing any ability to question your belief. You've said things that are very antithetical to my understanding of Buddhism. I don't know what practice you're in, but this is, like, kind
Quite
of
frankly, very
uncomfortable.
terrifying.
What have I said that you find antithetical to Buddhism?
You said peace and joy are the inevitability of Buddhism. Where did you get that teaching?
In that the nature of non-suffering is peace, is contentment, rather, is a better word to use.
What
Contentment
source did you
is...
derive that from?
Does peace equal perpetual happiness or joy?
Joy is the nature of not suffering.
Where did you get that?
Because
what practice of Buddhism do you follow?
I follow Theravada Buddhism, because I believe that the words of the Buddha are to be revered and to be most focused upon.
So which words of the Buddha align with what you've said?
Specifically, the ideas surrounding the constant joy, the constant peace of understanding that everything is cyclical, understanding that everything is constantly changing. And from that, you can be at peace, and you can be joyous, you can smile, you can laugh, even when going through deep physical or emotional pain, because you understand you've had pleasant moments before. Pleasant moments will come again.
Stop. Which words of the Buddha are you referencing?
I can't name any in specifics.
Okay. So you just say things that sound enlightened or feel enlightened to you and assume that they're Buddhist?
No, these are words from monks that I have talked to personally and from readings. I just don't think that the main difference between Mahayana Buddhism and Theravada Buddhism is that Theravada Buddhism believes only the words of the Buddha are divine or are, like...
Only the words of the Buddha, and yet you're saying all these words from monks.
Yes, I believe that you can
You
learn
just
from
happen to
monks who have
know.
learned from the Buddha, but I don't
Have you
believe they're
read these
divine.
words from the Buddha?
I need to read more from the Buddha, but I've read
Is it
parts of the
possible that some
Theravada.
of the things that you're saying and acting
Should
like
be
are
talking.
guarantees of Buddhism are not guarantees, are not part of what the Buddha teaches? Is it possible that you're mistaken in what you understand to be of the Buddha?
It's definitely possible.
Why do you follow these monks and these teachings if you haven't read all the words of the Buddha?
Because they are exactly in line with what I understand to be the case. They are that if you understand why you are suffering, if you understand why you are unhappy, and you remove and you cut out these things that are causing this pain, causing this active degradation of your life, if you remove these things, what will come is contentment and joy.
When the pain is your spine, when the cause of the pain is your spine, how do you cut that out?
You understand that the pain is an inevitability, and that because there has been pain in the past, there will be pain again. And because there was peace in the past, because there was moments without pain in the past, that there will be moments without pain again. And you accept it and you are content with it. Your traits, your attributes are continued to flow, are continued to be appreciated and enjoyed and understood,
So-
and that you don't cease. There is no birth, there is
I'm
no
done.
death.
Yeah, I'm done. It's weird.
I highly recommend
It's really gross. You're really fucking gross. Nobody's gonna take whatever you recommend. It's gross. You're not actually listening to questions. You're preaching past, and you're saying some really gross shit.
Which is wild for a Buddhist. Did
Don't
anybody
preach
listen
in
to
my
what I was
comments.
asking?
Don't preach in my comments. That's disrespectful.
Gross. That's exactly that's
Preaching
actually
Buddhists. Like,
yeah.
when did that start?
That's bleh. Didn't like that. Didn't like that at all. It just got progressively more and more disingenuous, and I just bleh. Nope.
The seething pretentiousness.
That's a good descriptor.
If you are seething with a belief in a God, God's higher power, or anything like that,
Please don't. Please no.
Do we need seethers up here?
No more.
what would it look like to seethe a belief?
Is a seething belief a questionable one? I mean, it's definitely questionable to us, but is one seething with belief capable of questioning? That's a good question.
I think I was.
Were you seething with belief?
Topic.
Yeah. Yeah. I think I was.
That level of, I don't know if that's a level of belief, to seethe belief, but it's always, regardless of whatever it's based on, it is such a turnoff and disengager for me when I encounter people like that.
I imagine. Go ahead, Shadow.
No, I think we started at the same time. I'd rather you go first, actually. Go ahead.
I imagine that somebody seething with belief, it's like it's coming out of their pores. I used to talk about trying to have every thought be a prayer, to have every breath be a reminder, to have
Oh, that's spooky. I
is
like
it?
that. Yeah.
There,
Like honestly, I'm like getting goosebumps with you talking. Like I don't like that at all.
I'm sorry, it's so creepy to
No,
you.
it's okay.
I would meditate on. I would think about Christian monks who would pray, breathing in, Lord Jesus Christ, and breathing out, have mercy on me. And every breath was a meditation.
Man.
And I tried to live like that. But I
You must have been so
also
tired.
was very, very good at questioning my beliefs.
Mm-hmm. For sure.
Yeah, that's usually my problem with humility. No one's around to give me credit for it.
Oh man.
I think when it's so authoritative in the language, where it's kind of like well, of course this and that and the other thing, and you know, this is this way and that is that way, and it comes across a little authoritative to me. I think
It's disconcerting.
yeah, I think a more reflective sense, like I think what I glean from the teachings of what I've read are this and that. I'm a little more open to responding like, well, why do you think that way? And what led you to that perception? Things like that.
I do find it to be more conducive to productive conversation when there are those. My experience, what I found is that it seems to me that because it's not so, it doesn't come across quite so preachy.
It seemed a lot more disingenuous because of the tone.
What did? Sorry, what seemed disingenuous?
The previous guest.
And guests like that, it's just like the tone itself just adds to.
I mean, a lot of it's going to boil down to what's the intention of requesting up here. If your intention is to convince other people that your belief is correct or true or the right, the only one, then you're going to have a bad time. It's not respectful to the life. We're not here to be preached at. We're not here to be overtalked or argued with. It's not that we're infallible and you must agree with what we say, but you should listen to the questions and at least respond to the question being asked in a way that's coherent, or at least respectful. And then, rein it in so it's not just a sermon that goes on and on in a really weird and morbid way. It's really not hard to answer questions honestly and briefly, because the more you explain, the more it sounds like you're just trying to convince yourself of something you don't really believe, and that doesn't sound very honest. We have a couple of requests. I must be negligent. I don't know who's been waiting longest.
Hello, brother.
I didn't even see the comment. Now I'm wondering. Yeah, this isn't a live just to share your truth. B Money, can you question your belief?
What do you mean, can I question my belief?
Did you read the prompt before requesting?
I mean, can you question your belief? I mean, yeah, but what do you mean by that? I don't understand.
I see.
How do you understand it?
Before you answer that, I do need your age, B Money.
I'm 19.
What year were you born?
2007.
I mean, maybe he could have been a January birthday. Maybe.
I don't know.
February.
Just dog. Okay. Bruh. Have a great day. Anywho. Oh, jeez.
I'm not losing my mind, I promise.
Sure you aren't.
Hello.
Hello, Kung Pao. How are you doing today?
I'm doing good. How are you guys selves?
Sane, I think.
Hello.
Hello. So, I have a strong belief right now, and I believe it can be questioned, and I believe you guys can do it. And I want to preference, because I'm in Asia, I believe that I am very good about not interrupting people. I try to be anyways. If it does happen, let me know. But it might be just because of a delay.
Yeah, sure thing. So, we have questioned you on.
I'm very, but it might be.
Question that. But what is the belief that you were looking to question?
It's the fact that I believe that the Bible, the Christian Bible, and my belief of the metaphor being metaphorical, I believe it should be read metaphorically.
Can you repeat that, please?
Yeah. It's that my belief in Christian faith is that the Bible, the Christian Bible itself, should be read metaphorically, not literally.
People should be read metaphorically, not literally.
Yeah.
Do you believe in a literal God?
Yeah. Yes. Yeah. Can you rephrase it for me? I know it's so direct. Can you just give me a little bit of rephrase?
Do you believe that God exists?
Yes. Yes.
And God is represented in some way in the Bible?
Yes. I believe because of how many years it took to build and because of how many translations it took and the fact that God himself didn't write it, that human did with their interpretation.
He kind of is mostly, yes.
Oh,
he is.
Sorry.
I'm sorry. I don't mean to nearly blaspheme in your sense, Kung for you.
Oh, no worries. No worries.
If the Bible was written over a long, inspired by God or not, why does that imply that it should be read metaphorically?
Well, the classic term lost in translation, I think, would apply slightly because there's I believe that two things, I think, actually. With time, stories change with perception and human memory and etc. And another thing, right wording, theatrics, maybe hyperbole, etc.
So why not being inaccurate? Why instead choose to read it metaphorically?
That's a fantastic question. Can we elaborate? What's the difference between a grain of salt and metaphorically? I know both of them, right? But when we're at text right now, what would be the difference?
A metaphor, I think, would imply that there is an intention of not taking it literally, but instead taking it.
Oh, that's a big word. Can you translate the one for me?
Or fairy tales.
Yeah.
Okay, gotcha.
Whereas with a grain of salt is like, oh, this might not be entirely accurate. This might not be entirely true. It might be written to be literal, but is not trustworthy as a source.
The story is true versus the entirety.
Yes,
something like that.
Like a fraction of the story could be true versus the entire story can be read as an allegory, an analogy, a parable, a metaphor.
This is good. This is good. This is good. Yes. Calm down the hyperbole. Calm down the more. Apply a little bit more accuracy, but not entirely. Versus it being a complete parable and a metaphor is what you're saying, right?
I'm saying, why choose to read it as a metaphor instead of choosing to read it as potentially having inaccuracies?
Okay, that's great. That's great. That's awesome. That I don't know. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Okay. Okay.
I love the way that you give your I don't.
Try to follow the prompts. Like that's what it's meant for. Thank you.
The sheer relief of oh yes, and I don't know.
Wow. This is why I love the channel so much.
Big W's in the chat for Kung Pao.
Well, on that note, I guess you guys can let me go, and I will study.
You've got some questions. I appreciate you, Kung Pao.
Likewise.
Take care.
Thank you.
That was refreshing.
Yeah, that was a really good question. Well done.
I love Kung Pao. He's good people.
See, no belief was burgled. No gods were harmed in the questioning of that belief.
We didn't even have to pounce.
No, there was no pouncing.
And yet Kung Pao is gifting boxing gloves.
Amazing.
Because it was a good round.
Darkwing Duck has shown up in the chat.
Oh dear.
Let's get dangerous. Hello, dead gentleman. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS? Who dead?
Yeah, I'm about 30 years old. From yeah.
And do you have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that?
I have a belief in a lot of things, but my main question is, what is with the monotone voice? Because I've gone through your page a couple of times.
Yeah, you gone through my page a couple of times and what?
Never got accepted till now.
Never what?
I was never able to join.
Oh, I see.
Now.
Well, now you joined, and the first question you ask is about my voice instead of answering questions about your God. Which God do you believe in?
If you want to dive deep into it, I don't believe in one God. I believe that there is something out there.
Can I ask what's with the monotone voice?
It just seems the aesthetic in the room.
I see. Why don't you just speak like yourself? That's what I'm doing.
Well, my problem is I have a very heavy voice. And,
Is it very heavy?
Yeah.
What do you mean by heavy?
It's a little deeper than most people's voices.
Oh, it's deeper than most people's voices. So you.
So if I have to speak my regular voice, this would be my regular voice. But since I've worked in sales, I've learned how to use a suburban voice.
A what voice?
A suburban voice, he says.
Yeah.
Suburban?
Suburban. Like from the suburbs.
How does your suburban voice sound?
I have to inhale a lot of air. And then I will talk like this. So if you ask me a question, I would answer, hello, sir, how are you doing today?
It takes a lot of air to do that.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Gentlemen, do you have a belief?
I believe there is something. I don't believe that. Look, I'm gonna make this very.
What year were you born?
I was born 1995, but I will make this very cut and dry on why I wanted to speak these other times. I was raised Catholic. I'm 30.
Did you hear the question Philly asked, though?
Yeah, what? Share how old I was?
No, that was what I asked.
Yeah, you said 1995.
Oh my.
What was my answer?
Sounds like you broke something on the way there.
What?
Throws you off a little bit, doesn't
Is it hard to maintain the conversation and the fake voice at the same time, Dad?
No, that's just me literally getting in. Like
It's
I
just
said,
you literally what? You swallowed that word. What was that?
like I said, I can speak in my regular voice.
Let's hear that.
You're listening to it right now.
No, we're not.
Yeah, you are.
Yeah, I am.
Speak really deep as well.
If you don't believe me, you can hear me and take the air. You don't believe me, you can hear me. God.
What is happening?
That's fine. Yeah, I know. I get that a lot. All I have to do is just breathe in a lot of air. And then my voice gets a little higher. And then I can speak like this. It's a lot easier. People aren't intimidated as much. I can make more sales.
Sounds like it's a lot easier for you to do that. Why don't you do that instead?
No, it's not a lot easier, trust me.
You just said it was a lot easier. Were you lying when you said that?
It makes it easier to make sales.
I think the fake voice is throwing you off from the conversation. You forgot that you said it's a lot easier.
No, I think you misunderstand. And this is the reason why I do this, because a lot of the times, you see, as I'm running out of air, you can hear the voice going deeper. It's not me doing anything. It literally is just my voice. Hey, I'm sorry if it offends you. Yeah. I'm telling you, this is something I have to deal with, and I've learned to deal with it because I do sales. If you ever met a man, if you ever met a man trying to sell you something, hey.
Gentlemen, have you been drinking?
You'll have to unmute. I muted you so that Philly could ask that question because it was definitely the question that needed asking. Did you hear her question?
Yes, I did, and yes, I have. And I'm not lying about the voice. Trust me, you're not the first person.
That's cool. Maybe it's the alcohol that makes the voice sound fake.
Why don't you come back another time? Maybe when you haven't been drinking.
I wanted to get him to say Adrian, like really excited. Just like say Adrian, like you're shouting it across a room. trying to find somebody who's lost. Or just yo. A yo would have been great.
If that is his real voice, why is he saying that you're not using your real voice?
Yeah, it's kind of strange, isn't it? What's with the monotone?
It's projection.
You can question your beliefs. Sorry.
That's actually pretty good, Shadow.
Yeah. Josh,
Hey.
can we get your age for TikTok TOS?
36.
And do you have a belief in a god or God's higher powers or anything like that?
I have no belief in a God. Actually, you know what? I don't know. And that's my belief. I don't know.
Well, W's I don't know. Thanks for coming up.
Yeah, but Baphomet, man. I be in on Baphomet.
You don't know if there's a god there or not, and or do you think there's something there and you just don't know what it is?
Oh, there definitely is.
What do you mean, definitely?
There's something that's controlling everything.
What makes you think things are controlling things?
Like people just can't live this way. There's got to be something that's controlling these people to be like that.
Mm-hmm. Could it be alcohol? Is alcohol controlling people?
Well, at 2:30 in the morning, maybe.
Is alcohol controlling you?
No. But I am I'm interested to kind of see be here and just kind of learn, and I don't know. I wanna be here and learn to be a part of the community.
Can you question your assumption that there is something there?
Totally.
So why do you assume there's something there?
I think, why do I assume there's nothing there? You know?
That wasn't the question.
Oh.
The question was, why do you assume there's something there? You say there's a something there. You just can't identify it. Something
it's
is in
interesting.
like a higher power. Is it like
there's galaxies. Galaxies upon galaxies upon galaxies.
Sure.
Something has to have done
galaxies on galaxies? Why do you think
that.
something
The universe is growing. The
Why do you
universe
think
is
something
expanding.
Why
and
do
it
you
keeps
think
expanding.
something has to have done it?
I don't.
What I'm
I don't know.
telling
I really don't know. It could just be expanding on its own.
How
we
drunk are
could be
you?
I'm not. But we could be a mistake. Like, who knows? But I'm in on that. You know, who knows?
You're in on that, but you're not drunk at all.
Well, no.
Does it take like 5 and you've had 3? Is that, or does it take 5 and you've had 1?
Come on, man. Like, what are we doing right now? I'm trying to
You're
talk
slurring
to you.
your speech. You're talking
Yeah,
over
but
me.
we're
You're
just trying to have a
gibbering on and on.
conversation.
You're not. No. I'm trying to have a conversation. You're gibbering
Yeah,
on
you're
over
just
me, ignoring my questions. Now you're talking while I'm talking. You're being disrespectful. You have absolutely no sense of decency. You're just in here gibbering on me. Did you actually come up here to question your beliefs or just to gibber at me? Because it sounds like you're drunk. And you're saying you're not. So now continuing to gibber over me like you're drunk certainly indicates that you might be drunk. In which case you're either lying to me or you're not equipped for the conversation.
I don't know. I'm gonna dip out. Like, I was hoping
Sounds
to
good.
join you guys and have.
Goodbye.
This is not an airport.
All night long.
I'm so sorry.
We've had some good conversations, but it's been mostly that.
Ugh.
No shame. Mostly things, but yeah, I'm not entertaining or babysitting drunks on the panel. I say that, then I look at the queue.
Oh dear.
I might give Philly a pass for her birthday. Depends on how belligerent you get. We got some Johnny Cash going on in the comments. When the man comes around. I suppose we should clear the queue. We'll see if they join. I doubt it.
We shall see.
Yeah, I've just been belligerently spoken over too many times to want to bring back up someone who's likely drunk. Toaster wasn't dirty till you said that. Ash says, are you guys okay? Oh yeah, we're okay. It's just a little lingering weekend going on.
Well, it's a holiday weekend, isn't it?
I've heard that a couple times. What?
I believe it's Martin Luther King Jr. Day.
Oh,
I need a calendar.
I need an American calendar.
I never pay attention to the calendar. My mistake. Well, there's someone who'll set us straight on what holiday it is. V-Star. How you doing?
Pretty good. Pretty good.
Can you remind us your age for TikTok TOS?
Absolutely. Make a long story short, I'm 37.
So proud of you for just answering the fucking question.
Right?
He was here to make a long story short. I was losing it. I was absolutely losing my mind.
I'm so sorry.
I was done.
And another reminder, you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
I do, yes.
And which god is that?
I believe in Christianity, although I would say I'm somewhere between agnostic and Christian.
Christian. Not only do you get really excited with some questions, but what do you actually mean by between?
There's a lot of things that in the Bible that I just necessarily don't agree with. So although I do think it has a lot of good things in it, there's also a lot of bad things. And there are some things where we would say, you know, you have to believe the Bible, or I get from the mainstream Christians, you know, like if you don't believe all of it, then, you know, you believe none of it type of situation. However, I believe that there are many, many different denominations of Christianity. So I feel like I'm allowed to believe what I want to believe, because that is the beauty of this country. We have the freedom of religion.
Do you believe that Jesus Christ is your Lord and Savior?
I believe that Jesus Christ was a very holy man that died, who was likely very, very in touch with God. And I would say that, yes, I do believe that, you know, you have to believe in Jesus Christ to get into heaven, as it states in the Bible. That is one thing that I would say I do believe. I do believe that he was likely a, I guess you would consider it demigod in this situation. Well, to me, a demigod is somebody who is both half human and half God. So I believe that he is both half human and half God.
Do you believe that Jesus died for your sins?
I do believe that he died on the cross so that we can have everlasting life.
What is a god?
A god to me is a deity that is somebody that you would worship based on if it aligns with your morals and the way that you view the world. Or to explain the unexplainable.
That opened up a new question.
Okay.
But I'm going to ask you the original one before you finished your... what pulls you closer towards agnosticism and what pulls you closer towards Christianity?
I would say science pulls me closer to being agnostic. And I would say what pulls me closer to Christianity probably has more to do with the fact that I grew up in a Christian environment. Because honestly, had I been born in any other part of the world, I think I would likely align with whatever God I was, you know, raised with, to be honest.
When you say science pulls you towards agnosticism, what is it making it hard to believe in Christianity?
I will say that it does, but I don't think that it necessarily rules out there being a creator or a god or a higher power at this moment.
So what is it about science that draws you closer to agnosticism? Well, I understand. I hear that you're not saying that there is no God.
I would say that science is the search for the truth, and we often find a lot of answers to questions that were previously, we believed them to be, gods doing things. For example, we used to think that, the sun was carried across the sky on a chariot because we just didn't understand it. But then science, kind of proved that we are rotating around the sun, and the earth is not flat. And we are not the center of the universe. So as time goes on, science tends to prove things that are unexplainable. And there's a lot of things that science has, in my opinion, kind of put a damper on what would be in the Bible. For example, the theory of evolution versus the creation of Adam and Eve.
What does being a Christian do for you in your life?
I think there's a lot of good positives about being a Christian. You get a very good sense of community. Not that you can't get a sense of community without being Christian, but I will say that, gathering amongst people, on Sunday, going to church, of that things in that nature. There's a lot of good, well-hearted people within those types of communities. And since I am a father, I definitely want to surround my son with good morals, things of that nature, and teach him specific things that are within the Bible that I do agree with. For example, like the 10 Commandments, being wary of like the 7 deadly sins, things of that nature. So I think that there is good things that are in the Bible that I can pass down as sort of a moral foundation for my son.
Mm-hmm. As a fellow parent, I ask this question because it's something that I have struggled with. Do you think that the good things that being part of a Christian community will provide for your son outweigh the potentially negative aspects of being part of that culture and that teaching?
I mean, there's always that possibility, but the best thing I can do as a parent in that situation is try to, steer him in the right direction, because he's going to have questions, and there's plenty of times where I open up the Bible and I go, look, these aren't things that I agree with, even though it says it in here. This book was also written by man, so I kind of take it with a grain of salt in some situations, and in other situations I'm kind of like, these are good moral things to have, like the golden rule, for example, treat others like you want to be treated. So you have to take the things that are in there and go, hey, there's some good things here, and then those bad things, we have to, instill that knowledge into our offspring that, hey, this is not how we act in a society, just because immediately after it starts talking about, like I'm trying not to get TikTok violation, but the whole Hebrew 6-year owning another person. There we go.
Mm-hmm. Do you think that there could be aspects to the atmosphere of Christian gatherings, of the church, of the community, that are harmful or negative without you even being aware of it?
I mean, I don't exactly let my son out of my skin in that type of community, you know. So I'm pretty much like I don't 100% helicopter parent, but you know, like I do want to know what they're talking about, what they're teaching. You know, I do ask my son, you know, if I'm not around or something of that nature, like, hey, what did you talk about today? Did you have any, you know, conflicts, or did there's anything that you didn't agree with, or is there things that you disagreed with? And you know, we'll have a conversation. We'll sit down and we'll talk about it. So, although there can be bad things that are within those communities, I feel like, you know, with just the proper guidance, you can, you know, do what you're supposed to do as a parent and lead them in the right direction.
Can I... You comfortable if I push a little harder?
No, you can ask me. That's what this is about. Questioning your beliefs.
Does your church promote women in ministry, in leadership?
Yes, actually. We have several women that are running groups, things of that nature. I mean, the main preacher is a male, but there are still plenty of female leaders within that church.
And that includes teaching men?
Yes.
That's a really good example for your son to see. Does your church have an accepting attitude towards LGBTQ?
Actually, yes, very much so.
That's fantastic. I'm glad to hear it. Do you think that it could be harmful to your son if there is no God and he believes that there is one because he's been taught it from such a young age?
Sadly, science has not yet proven there isn't. And I still definitely teach my son, you know, the science aspects of the world, and like, hey, you know, there is evidence, you know, that this exists and this exists, right? So it doesn't really align with this portion, you know, of what's in the Bible, things of that nature. So like, it's not as if I'm just spouting, you know, you have to believe all of this. I definitely let him ask questions, and honestly, I let him choose his own religion as well. So I have several books on several different religions. You know, I've explained to him, you know, you have the freedom of religion in this country, so you're free to believe whatever you want to believe. I kind of went down a different path than when I was a kid, and they just kind of put me in church and said, hey, believe this. I said, here's a bunch of books, you know, and I explained to him, you know, the different types of religions, and it's actually the one that he chose. So I let him make his own choice.
Mm-hmm.
I hope that answered your question.
It did. It did.
What did you mean by science hasn't proved there is no God?
I don't know of any scientific experiment or hypothesis that has led to a fact or a law that has disproven God.
If we could explain the world and the universe to a sufficient degree without the need of God, would you still believe in God?
No, like there would be no reason to if there was a law that specifically stated, like for example, let's say at the beginning of the universe there was just, the particles were all there, right? And they just collided together and gravity forced objects together. No reason to believe such a thing because it would be it would have disproven religion.
So are you saying if we could prove what happened before the Big Bang?
I mean, Big Bang is a theory that's not necessary. I mean, it's a well collaborated theory, but it's not necessarily the end all be all or a fact.
Yeah, so I'm sorry, I'm a little confused. You're saying what could we answer and then that would disprove God?
Sorry, could you repeat that?
Yeah, I think you were alluding to if we had this answer, then it would disprove God.
I mean, whatever science would need to, follow the steps for basic scientific theory to come up with the answer, right? Like if physicists, solved string theory or whatever they're working on right now, and it was like, hey, this was how the universe was created, it would make absolutely no sense to believe in a higher power at that point.
Oh, okay. So like your belief in God is tied into the beginning of the universe, from what I'm understanding?
Yeah, pretty much.
Oh, okay. No, that's fair enough. That gives me a little fleshed out, way of questioning now. So, a theory, right? Like gravity is a theory. Like germs
Yeah,
are a
it's a
theory.
well
These are
collaborated.
Reasons. These are scientific theories. So they're proven. They're backed by scientific facts. They're only a theory because they're leaving 0.01% margin of error that they could be wrong sometime in the future. So that's why we still have research on the Big Bang, and there's still emerging research on what is a good possibility of what happened before the Big Bang. And so we're kind of in, well, anyways, I'm not gonna get into that, but more insofar as let's say it's up in the air, and generally people don't know. Why do you choose to make that you believe in God?
I think a lot of it has to do with, even though the Big Bang Theory is a wide collaborated, thing between physicists and other scientists in their field, and a lot of people believe in it, there are still many other theories that people are also working on, that could be the explanation as well. And nobody really has a concrete answer. I understand that there is a big difference between a scientific theory and a theory, right? Like the theory of gravity is well collaborated between scientists. We've done experiments to explain gravity, right? Dropping a feather in a bowling ball, right, inside of a vacuum explains gravity, right? We can do these scientific experiments. However, when it comes to the Big Bang Theory, we can't really recreate a scientific experiment.
Sorry, I don't think you're answering my question. So if you don't know what started the universe, why is it God?
It just makes more sense to me. As the one that came up in here before, God to me is kind of like the God of gaps. That's he kind of explains the things that we haven't explained, and for me, that is, I'm perfectly acceptable. I'm perfectly accepting of that, knowing that he is the God of gaps in the knowledge that we have yet to obtain.
Well, do you think that kind of ends? Do you think that's a stumbling block in trying to figure out the answer, since you feel like you already have it?
It's not that I feel like I already have it. You know, like I like having, you know, an explanation for these things, as I'm very fascinated by the science in that type of field. But I don't think that. How do I put this? I'm not ruling out science by any means. You know, like I'm rooting for it. That's why I'm kind of like halfway in between.
If you had been brought up in, let's say, the Sword Coast on the planet of Thrayle, do you think that you would fill the same gaps with the gods of that world?
I have no idea what that is, but probably.
It's a D&D reference, deep cut, if anyone was paying attention. But if you were brought up in an Islamic nation, you would fill the gap with Allah until science closed that gap.
Likely, if I was, you know, raised to be Muslim in that type of area, which would be very likely.
Yeah, go ahead, Shadow.
That pretty much like concludes my questions. I mean, I could get into the Bible, but that's a whole nother can of worms. We'll go with that for now.
I don't think V-Star's afraid of the Bible.
No, I'm not.
Right. Okay. Well, I mean, look. It's okay. What's the number one thing you disagree with in the Bible?
That's a good question.
Probably just morally, you know, with let's say with Martin Luther King Jr. Day coming around the corner here, right? Where you should only be judged by the content of your character and not the character and not the color of your skin, right? There is a lot of passages in the Bible that promote the S word, which we all know what that is, and I don't agree with any of that. I think that's a bunch of nonsense. I don't think any human should ever own another human. I don't agree with that.
That's fair enough. So you take more of a pick and choose attitude towards the Bible?
Yeah, I would say that considering that the Bible was written, you know, as a basis in the olden days, whatever you want to call it, I guess, in the past, by man, there was a lot of different morals that people believed that back then that are far different than what we believe now. And I just don't think I should have to align with that, because people 2,000-3,000 years ago said, you know, S is okay. And I don't think it is.
Mm-hmm. I mean, that's part of like the Bible and Christianity is one of the main influences of the transatlantic time of history in America 200 years ago.
Yeah, and I don't agree with any of it, you know, at all. So yeah, like there's just like there's just a lot of messed up stuff that is that's in there, you know. God was also kind of a little bit of a jerk, you know. He did a lot of terrible things, and I don't agree with those things either. I don't agree with the story of Adam and Eve and creation and how it was explained. That doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me. The theory of evolution makes way more sense to me.
Yeah. Did you know that Jesus said that his followers can drink poison and will not be harmed?
I was not aware of that. I mean, I have read a lot of the Bible. I have not read it from like front to beginning to the end, you know, in one sitting. But I have read a lot of it.
What was that, Thrayle?
It's the end of Mark.
Yeah, exactly. So like V-Star, I guess my question is this, right? If I were watching Winnie the Pooh with like my son or something, right? And let's say there's 66 episodes, and in one of the episodes, Winnie the Pooh says, "Hey, you can drink poison and not be harmed." I would be personally deeply concerned about the show. I might call PBS and I might say, "Hey, this is not something we should be like promoting as good, right?" Even though Winnie the Pooh only said it one time, I think I would probably. So my question is, how do you rationalize like the teachings of the Bible as good?
Well, I think that there are good teachings in the Bible and bad, but if I was to specifically state this verse, right, and my son was like, "What does it mean by that?" I guess in my situation, I would obviously tell him, one, don't drink poison. That's super, super dumb.
Yeah.
But there are situations that humans, if exposed to certain types of poisons, right, if you slightly increase the dosage, that you could actually develop a resistance to it, just like, medicine.
Yeah, I mean, you kind of get where I'm going with the like hypothetical, though, right?
Yeah, absolutely. There's tons of things in the Bible that, I don't agree with. And if, my son were to come across passages that just don't make any sense, for example, in Leviticus, it says insects walk on all four legs. I've never seen an insect with 4 legs in my entire life.
So let me put it this way: if the Bible has bad teachings, is it a bad book?
I mean, there's bad things in it and there's good things in it. So I'm not necessarily going to say it's a bad book, but I will say that there is a lot of good passages in it. So maybe it's a neutral book, because a lot of people call it the good book, but there is a lot of bad stuff in it that I don't agree with.
Already.
I was hoping to have just a few more questions so I could find a passage from the good book.
Yeah,
that's
that's
okay.
fine.
There was one in there. I'm flipping through trying to find it. I think it's Matthew about good trees and good fruit, bad trees and bad fruit.
V-Star, do you think the 10 Commandments are good?
I think it's a good foundation. There's a lot of those. Like, there is pretty much nothing in there that I'm like, yeah, I can understand why. How do I put this? I'm just going to say the 10 Commandments are fine. There's nothing that I disagree with about the 10 Commandments.
Okay. I used to think that as well, and the 10 Commandments that you see like on the back of churches or in Sunday school, those are a condensed version of the real 10 Commandments. In Exodus chapter 20, where the 10 Commandments start, in verse 17, which is the 10th commandment, it says, "You shall not covet your neighbor's house, you shall not covet your neighbor's wife, or his male or female servant, his ox or donkey, or anything that belongs to your neighbor." So when it says you shall not covet mean be jealous of or to want. And it says male or female servant. Do you think that it's condoning slavery? I'm sorry, condoning owning people in the 10th commandment there?
As far as the 10th Commandment is considered, as I've already stated, I do not believe in the S word at all. However, in this specific passage, maybe servant in this situation is not talking about that. Maybe, your neighbor has somebody that mows their yard for them that they pay.
What about when it equivocates equivocates neighbor's wife to belongings. Do you think
Well,
that's
all of those are,
misogynistic?
yeah, all of those are belonging to thy neighbor.
Like, as far as like property, no, I don't believe in any of that. I don't think anybody is property. They are their own people. You should not be jealous of the things that, you know, your neighbor has, which I think is the main focus
is your
of
neighbor's
that.
wife a thing?
A thing? I mean, we're all things.
You think I'm a thing?
We're all things. If I point to a table, that's a thing. If I point to a TV, that's a thing. If I point to a human, that's also a thing.
Oh, okay.
Now, I know it's a person based on grammar, right? Because a noun is a person, place, or thing, but yeah.
I wanted to ask a question about a verse, and of course, it's not going to be. I mean, it may sound gotcha-y, but it's not. It's not going to succeed. I already know better, B-Star. But I want to ask you about it. So in, I think it's Matthew 7. Even so, every good tree bringeth forth good fruit, but a corrupt tree bringeth forth evil fruit. A good tree cannot bring forth evil fruit, neither can a corrupt tree bring forth good fruit. Every tree that bringeth not forth good fruit is hewn down and cast into the fire. Is there no bad fruit in the Bible?
There technically would be a bad fruit in the Bible, is in the Genesis. So, yeah.
So if there are bad fruits, and not even just including that one, I mean, even then, it's not really the fruit that's bad, is it?
It'd be the temptation or whatever you want to call it, I guess. Yeah.
So then, if there are bad fruits, if there are rules like Shadows pointed out, you know, and you've noticed too, advocating slavery and you know, referring to your neighbor's servants and wife as property, are those not bad fruits of this tree?
Well, I will say that in the scripture, as it's talking specifically, I get that you're talking about the Bible, and that in this specific situation, it's like a good fruit can only produce good, a bad fruit can only produce bad, right? I think this has to do with a kind of like a metaphor, is if you something in your life and you outlook only bad, you will only produce bad things. And if you out in your life, if you know, strive to do good, you will only present good things. It's kind of like karma, right? You do good things come your way. You do bad things come your way. Even though the Bible has things in it that are inherently bad, you can still, as a person, read the good and follow the good path.
So,
So
go ahead, Billy.
So if Christianity throughout history has produced some terrible, terrible fruit, is it worthwhile to hold on to it?
I would say that, you know, humanity throughout time has produced a lot of bad things, but it doesn't shake my faith in humanity either. I believe that there are plenty of good people out there.
Do you feel like it is your responsibility to, as a Christian, to call out other Christians that use their faith to perpetuate harm?
Absolutely. If there was any Christians that I knew of that were using their faith, and one thing that always really makes me mad is when people try to shove their version of Christianity down somebody else's throat, because that is not conducive of anything that's good. Because how is that ever going to, bring somebody to the good side of things if you are inherently being bad? Like, if you're just presenting, hey, I'm a jerk, why would I want to be anywhere around that? So I will absolutely call out, Christians that use their faith in terrible ways. Like I don't agree with like the Christians that are online on TV or whatever, making millions or whatever, and they sit in their mansions with their cars and all that other stuff. And it's like, you could be doing so.
Do you believe that Christians should legislate their morals onto others?
I don't believe that we should be pushing anything onto others unless they are interested in learning about it.
What does it mean to you to be a Christian?
I would say promoting good things, being morally just, following, like with this. It's a good question, though. It's a thinker. I guess just kind of following a good, righteous path.
If somebody claims to be Christian and is not following a good, righteous path, what do you make of that?
Do I make up that? Sorry, I didn't hear that last part.
What do you make of that? Like, how do you...
Oh, if somebody was not doing what they said, I mean, the best thing I could do would be to challenge that viewpoint, and say, hey, this is, as it was, you see this a lot, not very Christian of you because of, this or that. If you're doing something that I would deem against it, I'd probably say something about it. But on the same instance, you have to kind of be careful because there's many different denominations of Christianity. For example, I went into a live, and I'm a non-Trinitarian type of Christian, and other Christians, the mainstream Christianity, right? They believe, Holy Trinity, one God, and instead of, even though they wanted to correct me on my viewpoint of how I viewed things, they came at it in a very brash nature and was basically like, you're going to burn in, hell for believing that, blah, 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 this, and just kind of coming at me. And it's like, loving, but there's a tact way to come about things without being a D about it.
Is there a way to believe in God and be moral and not be Christian?
Is there a way to believe in God and be moral and not be Christian? Sure. If you're talking about the Christian God, I would have to say no. But if you're just thinking that there is a higher power or a God that is out there in the universe, then yeah, you wouldn't have to be Christian.
I appreciate the answers you've given, the openness to the questions. I don't have any more questions at this time. Thrayle, do you mind putting me down in the
I got you, Philly. Appreciate you. And happy birthday.
Thank
Oh,
you.
happy birthday. Didn't know it was your birthday.
Yeah, I can go either way. I'm concluding my questions.
Are you saying you've got more?
Well, I could. Let me think. Do you believe in heaven?
I'd say yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
I'd like to
Is
believe that there's something
there
after.
right? Is there some part of you when you do something good that motivates you to get to heaven?
I wouldn't say anything is necessarily motivating me to get to heaven because I feel like that's kind of bad in its own right. If I'm only doing good things to get to heaven, then that kind of defeats the purpose of me doing the good thing. I just do good things because it spreads joy and kindness, and I'd rather just keep doing that because it's a lot easier to live my life if I am kind, as I kind of live my life by the kill 'em with kindness, right? Um, you kind of surround yourself with people that are kind and emotions that are kind rather than worrying about at the end, because I was good and I was kind and I was morally right that now I get to go to heaven. I don't think being good is a reason of why you should get to heaven if that's your only reason for doing it.
Mhm. Are you?
Of hell no. I feel like if I live my life in a positive, good manner, it's not something that I have to worry about.
Mhm. What if you like what if they didn't exist?
I don't think it would necessarily change my outlook on life of being good or kind. It kind of makes my life easier either way to be the same thing. Like if God were not in the picture or if God is in the picture, I still probably would live my life very similar to what I do now. I just probably wouldn't go to church and worship every Sunday. I'd probably find a different activity, to join with other people within a community that have like-minded views that are just good people in general.
Mm-hmm. I don't know. Yeah, I guess with my analogy where it's kind of like I'm not quite sure how you get around the problems of the Bible, but
However, I also have to take it with a grain of salt because it was written by a human. It'd be a lot different if it was passed down and it was like, yeah, this was the direct word of God and these are all the things that are in here. Probably at that situation I'd be less inclined to be Christian at all because if God specifically, I would not agree with those things and I would not worship that God. However, I guess with that being said, knowing that man wrote things down and humanity worship that things down, I can kind of take things with a grain of salt and go, hey, these are things that I morally agree with and these are things that I don't.
So for you, even if we can disprove aspects of the God of the Bible, at least the way he's described, or disprove stories told that represent him or his nature, you would still believe there's something there, and until given a better piece, you'll fit this one there, or will you just fit this one there because it's culturally comfortable?
I don't know if it's culturally comfortable, but I do think that we take things from our own life and we learn from them, right? So things that we have learned over, because you'll learn more from your mistakes than you will from your accomplishments. So even though there are things that are in there that are bad, I do think that you can learn from those things as well. With your own experience in life, and go, hey, we've learned that, the S word is bad and we shouldn't do that. In this book, it also says, thou shalt not kill, or I should say, thou shalt not murder, which, we have also learned is something that you shouldn't do because that's a bad thing. So I guess you can learn.
Couldn't we have learned that from another book that doesn't tell us that the slavery part's okay?
I'm sure you could learn that in a law book, yeah. But there are things in there that promote good things, like do unto others as you would have them do unto you.
Are you familiar with the Code of Hammurabi?
I am not.